Dan Sabman gifted a Tier 1 sub to Quantum Deej. Dan Sabman gifted a Tier 1 sub to Teddy Penn. Dan Sabman gifted a Tier 1 sub to Hex Plays. Dan Sabman gifted a Tier 1 sub to Filazong. Dan Sabman gifted a Tier 1 sub to Retro Reboot Music.
No more secrets, no disguise, putting on a show. You played your games, parlor magic, let your hand show. You can't get hurt by the things that you don't know, don't know. No, no, it's not you, never you, you always say it's me, me, me. But I'm gonna let the curtain fall, let it fall. So damn tired of always tightrope walking on your web of lies. You spin and spin, oh you spin me in the palm of your hand, and you think you'll never lose in the game of love. You spread your pretty wings and try as you might, it'll never fly, fly, fly. Stop and listen to the sound of the beating of your stone cold heart. You'll spin and spin and spin me out of your life, out of your life. You turned my head, stopped my heart, and I was good as dead. We had our fun, played our games, then my world was spun. Your wings are tattered, torn to shreds, I thought you were the one. You jumped the gun, I slipped your grip, and now I've gotta run. Our hearts feel no pain. You spun your web, put your lies, thought I didn't know.
They're not secrets, not lies if you don't know.
You played your games, parlor magic, let your hand show.
They're not secrets, not lies if you don't know.
You turned your head, stopped my heart, cause I didn't know.
They're not secrets, not lies if you don't know.
Didn't think you know, didn't think you know, didn't think you know.
Hey, hi. There's another train coming by, I think. There's been like 3 trains in the last 10 minutes. So, I have been attempting to set up a different program for music, and it's been a learning experience. What program? So, I found a desktop app that simulates YouTube music. And it has some functionality, which is pretty cool. I don't think I got rid of them. Yeah, it's all here. So there's an OBS plugin called Tuna that can interface with the YouTube Music app. So you can do some cool things. So I can click this, and it should function. How about, well, case in point. Whoop! I now have a text source that grabs the current song that's playing. Woo! And so I can do dumb shit like this. And that's not all. I can click this button and reveal this, which is the album art. Whoa. And that's not all. I can add this source. Which is the progress bar through the song. The problem is that a lot of this is a lot of code nonsense, a lot of programming nonsense, not a lot of UI nonsense. I can change the progress bar to pink. Woo! But the problem is that the plugin, what it gives me is in functionality, it gives me a text source, it gives me an image, and it gives me a color source for a progress bar. Everything else is up to me. Making it look good is gonna take a lot of effort. So, for example, the song title, no problem when it is relatively short, but then if we go back to the song that I was playing before, and it is grabbing a song title that is the title of a YouTube video. That happens. So it's gonna need a lot of work. So yeah, it's it not perfect system. But the upside to me using YouTube Music is that it gives me access to a lot more music, which might get me in trouble because it's like, oh, well, this song just gets me copyright stricken if I just try and go nuts, but most video game music is a-okay. So I have gone through and I have put a bunch of new songs into a playlist, along with some old classics. Can I link it later? Yeah. It requires some tinkering to get it set up in the first place. So I may have to walk you through it, but we'll worry about that later. Alright. Lyrics song you need to stop. Even though you're a good song. Shuffle. .3D Hat VTuber soon. 3D Hat VTuber eventually. So yeah, the actual game that I'm gonna play, that I had intended to start... I was thinking about starting the stream early today, because it was just like, I might just end up playing the game until the stream starts, so I might as well start the stream early, and then I got an idea stuck in my craw, and then I started over an hour and a half late. Oops. What's up, Dura? I'm not forgetting anything. I think we're good. It's something, like, it's an investment of effort in some ways. PC gets fixed tomorrow? That's good. That's good news. Glad to hear. Okay. Last Epoch. It's kind of like a Diablo. It's more like Diablo than Path of Exile. We're gonna start by playing offline. I don't know what the current status of the servers is, but unfortunately the servers have not been in the best of conditions. Been a lot of connectivity issues because the player base jumped in volume by like tenfold, going from like a maximum of 10,000 players to 100,000 players or more. It's not a me problem. This is a them problem. This is a oops, our servers were not ready for this number of players. But yeah, you can play offline, which is a neat feature. There's an option when you launch it to just launch the game completely fully offline. Like, it doesn't even try to connect to the servers, it just boots up offline mode. Your characters in offline are separate from your characters online, which kind of makes sense. So if I try to switch to online, I am in a queue. So we'll try and check out my online character later, because my online character is like level 30 something, so I've made some decent progress. So yeah, you got a couple of different classes. You know, let's just go ahead and make a new character. Last Epoch 1.0 cycle, fresh start in a new environment, and then Legacy. You get characters, all of your previous characters and their stashes and all that. So we got 5 characters. Each of the characters has 3 different mastery trees, which are basically just subclasses. So you've got the Sentinel, who is... Oh, the YouTube music is quite quiet. Is there a thing I can do about that? There is. And hopefully it won't cause any problems. I guess we could also just turn the music of the game off, because the music is very standard, just bombastic fantasy nonsense. Stops your character from saying voice lines like, "not enough mana." That's a good feature. So, every character has 3 subclasses. So you've got the Sentinel, who is like the paladin warrior kind of guy. This is the one that's got the spin move. Like he's got Cyclone, he's got Shield Bash. He can throw a javelin. He can do a big lunge at someone. But then, each of the mastery classes has all kinds of special stuff that they can do. So, Void Knight starts doing void damage, which not a ton of things have resistance to, I think? So you can create an orb that casts a Void Rift when something dies nearby. Ooh. Combo skill that sends enemies forward in time by 5 seconds. Not exactly sure what the hell that means. Returns you to the position you were at 2 seconds ago. Forge Guard. You got Shield Throw. You can summon a dude. You can get a ring of shields around you. So I think the Void Knight has most of the stuff that synergizes with Cyclone, but the Cyclone being Whirlwind, it's the spin move. You just spin around and you hit the enemies that you spin next to, right? And there's also like a lot of support skills on this guy. Like this guy has auras, he's got healing moves, he's got buffs. So all that is pretty neat. I believe that every character has at least one subclass where a summon ability is a notable feature about the class. So you've got the Rogue, and it's like, you can throw shurikens, you can stab people, throw a smoke bomb, shoot with arrows. She's got a ballista, and then the Blade Master is all about dual wielding and melee. Marksman is all about archery, and then Falconer, you get a bird. And apparently the bird class is one of the most powerful classes in the game. Like, the bird is real strong, allegedly. Look at this net. So, you've got the Primalist. This is kind of like a shaman kind of class. Shaman, druid kind of class. So he's got totems, he can summon some birds, he can poison stuff. And then Beastmaster, you just get a bunch of different animals that you can summon. The Shaman is all about, like, elemental damage, totems, and spells, and stuff like that. And then Druid is, you get Werebear, you get Spriggan, you get Swarmblade. You can summon a Spriggan, so you could be a Spriggan and have a Spriggan. Yeah, refrigerator-shaped man, for sure. My main character is a Necromancer. So, like, the base class, you get Summon Skeleton, you can summon some exploding zombies, and you got some curses and stuff like that. And then the Necromancer is just, oh, here's more summons, here's more summons, here's an ability that drains your summons' life but makes them stronger. Here's a spell that makes your summon explode. And then it's like, Warlock does a bunch of offensive spell casting, Lich does like Spellblade, melee kind of stuff. Like, up front, you have 5 classes. In functionality, you have 15. And then, within each class, there's a bunch more, like, customization and build potential. But we'll get into that when we get to it. So, I have not played Mage yet, so I figure this would be a decent guy to show off, just like the new player experience, just starting the game fresh. Lightning Bolt! Elemental Nova! Ooh, Flame Ward, Glacier, Disintegrate. At casts spells. You got normal mode, you got hardcore mode. And then you've got solo character found, where you don't share any resources or your stash with the other characters.
In the beginning, there was darkness. Only Terra, myself, and the void. I was content with nothing. She dreamt of light,
I guess we'll pause the music for the cutscene.
of humanity. We disagreed. And yet, in her world, there were gods. Majasa of the desert, Lagon of the sea,
Laugonma.
Rye of the endless skies, and Hierot of the frozen tundra. But fate stole Terra away. Without her, there was conflict, then wars. In the end, it was Rye who sought to outshine the sun that would pull the world into his flame.
The bird god fucked everything up.
Within Rae's gaze were the Keepers, an order sworn to protect Terra's memory and the power it still holds. They were joined by someone unexpected, a traveler,
A player
willing
character.
to walk into the flames of war. But why? Was it honor they sought? Power? Redemption? Or was this fate? Perhaps. But no story is quite that simple.
Wow.
These
Top-down
roads are not
RPG
kind
shenanigans.
to my bones, but I must hurry. Welrin is still a few days away.
Is there an option for subtitles? Loading player name. Ooh. Auto compare items. Great. RGB support. Screen shake intensity low. Would it be sound? Audio mix. The Logitech Pro G 50mm. I know you can't see that. Oh, disable chat. Love that. Streamer mode. If your gameplay is smooth, but your stream is stuttering, enable this option. Disable some options below. Alright. So, pretty standard fare. I can cast a lightning bolt. I can hit things with a scepter. One of the big things about Last Epoch, so it's got, like, you know, you've got 4 ability slots and then you right click, and that's pretty standard. So I can assign my lightning bolt to my right click. Even if I just spam lightning bolt, look at my mana. Your mana regeneration in this game is frickin' fast. Like, it really wants you to be using your abilities. Some abilities will use, like, a lot of mana, so you can't spam those as easily. Also, I got a health potion. So instead of having, like... Instead of collecting an inventory full of health potions, the number of health potions you can hold is determined by what kind of belt you got. And you can find health potions by killing enemies, and you can just hold up to a certain amount of them. And then there's a bunch of shenanigans like, oh, instead of your health potions being like, this health potion heals 100, it's like, no, the health potions scale based off of your level. And then on top of that, you can have a bunch of other shenanigans going on with, like, oh, my belt makes my potions better. And so on. You can also get health potion drops just by hitting stronger enemies, like rares and bosses and stuff like that. Like, more difficult enemies will just drop health potions throughout the fight. So if you have set yourself up to be using them regularly, then you're not going to just run dry if you are fighting a single tough enemy.
Travel as he wishes to destroy us and steal Atera's legacy. We can't let that happen. We need Atera's help.
Phoenix. Ooh. Magic drop already. Plus 12 health. Increased minion damage. Increased lightning damage. Increased lightning damage is actually super good. Because that's kind of my whole thing right now. Good drop. I unlock Fireball! You've gained a new skill. Skills are automatically added to your action bar. Great. Wow. Estimated DPS of Fireball is 66. Estimated DPS of Lightning Blast is only 45. Well, why would I use Lightning Bolt? That sounds dumb. This Fireball also lights the enemies on fire. Ooh. So you can see, like, little stacks of debuffs and such. You can click your spell slots and change them around. Yeah. So, like, right out the gate, pretty straightforward, pretty standard ARPG, Diablo-like shenanigans. Once I level up one more time, though, we'll get to see a little more about how the game handles itself. Alright, we can have the music going again. I love Louis Zong music, but let's get some of the new stuff going. There we go. I'm gonna turn it down a little. Copper Chalice. Plus 2 health regen. Wow. So, for your equipment, main hand, offhand, necklace, hat, shirt, boots, belt, 2 rings, gloves, and a relic slot. And most of the relics are class dependent, so they what kind of relics you're gonna get will usually depend on what character you are. This ring gives move speed. Ooh. And increased crit chance. I believe the base crit chance for everything is 5%, with the main thing being damage over time effects do not have crit chance. I got a passive point. I also got Wave of Cold, or whatever that is. Snap Freeze. Freezes enemies in a cone in front of you. Freeze lasts for 2 seconds. 20% of remaining cooldown recovered whenever you freeze an enemy, including with Snap Freeze itself. This effect can occur a maximum of 2 times a second. And it has an 18-second cooldown. So let's look at the passive tree. Gain passive points by leveling up and completing quests. Advancing your passive trees will unlock new skills and passives. Initially, you may only place points in your base class tree. You will have the opportunity to choose a mastery class during your adventure. Once you choose a mastery class, you will gain access to the left section of each mastery, and the right section of your chosen mastery. You may select 1 mastery per character. So, pretty straightforward passive tree. Increased health, increased mana, increases elemental damage, or increases intelligence, fire resistance, and lightning resistance. And you can hold Alt for more information. Each point of intelligence grants 4% ward retention, and improves skills that rely on carefully studied magic, such as Lightning Blast and Mana Strike. So, a lot of effects will have this hold Alt for more information thing. So, fire, cold, and lightning damage are all considered elemental damage. So it's like, hey, what do you mean by elemental damage? Well, that's exactly what we mean by elemental damage. Here you go. So, once you put a number of points into your passive tree, then you will unlock new skills. You also unlock a couple of skills just by leveling up, but... Glacier creates 3 successively larger ice explosions in the target direction. Each explosion deals more damage than the last. And then you see the skill has scaling tags. So, what kind of effects will improve this spell? Well, it deals cold, so anything that improves cold or elemental damage makes this spell better. It's a spell, so anything that affects spell damage makes this spell better. Anything that improves the area or improves the effectiveness of area-based spells, and so on and so forth, but also intelligence. Very helpful. So, like, Disintegrate deals fire and lightning damage. So anything that makes lightning or fire spells better makes Disintegrate better. I think I'm going to put my point into intelligence. Because I'm pretty sure that's going to improve all of my spells.
When you arrived, everything like that.
Yeah, plot.
Let me watch you fight.
Now this guy's gonna hang out with us for a bit. How's Titan Quest 3? Better than Titan Quest.
Smoke.
Bam. Froze that bird.
So much destruction. And for what?
Ooh. Do I already have boots? I have boots. Oh yeah, so another fun thing about this game, one of the best things about this game is that it has a lot of quality of life improvements over a lot of other ARPGs. Like, it just gives you a lot of information up front that some other ARPGs might hide a little bit, or, like, not push in your face in any way. One of the things that this game gives you is like, a pretty straightforward interface for creating a loot filter. So let's make a loot filter. Oh, wow. Loot. And I'm gonna give it this icon. I'm gonna make it this color. And now, I click add rule. Alright. What's the condition? Well, it's gotta be... I'm gonna hide anything that is normal rarity. So if it's just like a basic bitch white item, it's gonna get hidden. And now, these two items that are on the ground, I can see that there's items on the ground, and I can press X to temporarily disable the loot filter, and, oh, maybe these white items are cool, actually. But yeah, they put effort into making the interface, like, reasonable to use. Because with Path of Exile, if you want a loot filter, you just go find one online. You don't try and make one by yourself. Maybe you'll tinker with a loot filter that you find, but you're usually not going to make one yourself. This one is just like, no. Try. Just change it how you want to change it. Alright. So I got a new skill. Elemental Nova casts a Nova around you that deals fire, cold, and lightning damage. Wow. So that costs 11 mana. So if I spam this, it'll actually drain my mana. But what happens if I run out of mana? Ooh! What's that? Negative mana? So if you spend all of your mana... Like, you can cast a spell while you are at 1 mana remaining. But if you do, you go into the negatives, and you have to wait to recharge back into the positives to cast again. Which is a pretty interesting way of handling it. Like, your functional pool of mana is just a little bit bigger than it seems. But we also unlocked Skill Specialization. You can specialize in up to 5 skills by clicking in an unlocked specialization slot above, which unlock as you level up. Specializing in a skill will allow you to gain skill points for that skill by earning experience, which you can use to empower and augment it. Some skills don't have an augment tree. Yeah, sorry about that. So... well, what can I do with Fireball? Oh! Fireball, just by itself, has its own passive tree that you can work your way through. So what kind of effects can you get? Music needs to be turned down a little bit. Alright. Yeah, the volume normalization for YouTube music is not as good. So, Fireball. Winged Fire deals more damage and travels faster. Piercing Heat. Fireball now pierces enemies, but costs more mana. Fireballs have a higher chance to ignite enemies. Ignite deals fire damage over time, lasts 2.5 seconds, and can stack an unlimited number of times. And then, Fireball has increased cast speed. But then, some of the skills have, like, hexagon icons. And those ones are the ones that make them... that do some weird shit. Unchained Fire. Fireball has increased cast speed and deals more damage for each extra projectile, but no longer fires extra projectiles. So, increased cast speed, increased damage per projectile, but single projectile. And then, over here, Flame Burst. Hitting the same enemy with multiple projectiles with several fireballs, triggers a Flame Burst. Flame Burst is a spell that deals high damage in an area. Fireballs now home in on enemies. Fireball becomes a channeled ability that rapidly fires fireballs from your hand, but rapidly drains your mana. Fireball releases additional projectiles. Half of Fireball's base fire damage is converted to lightning. This damage scales with increases to lightning, but not increases to fire damage. So, yeah, you can really change what a skill will do in some crazy ways. So if we go to Lightning Bolt, Lightning Blast chains an additional time for each Lightning Blast you have directly cast recently, up to a maximum. Recently refers to the last 4 seconds, does not include triggered casts of Lightning Blast. Lightning Blast can now chain to you or your allies, granting additional damage. Lightning Blast now deals damage to all enemies in a line, but no longer chains or forks. So, yeah, you can really change things around in some really cool ways. Disintegrate is upgraded to Tier 2 after 2 seconds of channeling. So yeah, you get an additional skill that you can specialize in at certain level thresholds. So, you know, level 4, level 8, level 20, 35, and 50. And then, you know, at level 50, all 5 of the skills that you have assigned to buttons will be specialized. Snap Freeze do anything cool? Shorter cooldown. Has a chance to chill enemies. Each stack of chill reduces attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed. Let's do... Seven fireballs a second. Oh shit. Embers. Fireballs fire in sequence in the same direction and can hit the same target, but Fireball releases fewer projectiles and has less cast speed for each extra projectile. Let's do Fire Spray. So in order to get to Fire Spray, I need to first go through Winged Fire, which deals more damage and travels faster. But then, in order to actually get to Fire Spray, I need to put 3 points into Winged Fire. So you can't just do, like, 1 point here, 1, 1, 1, 1. Some of them require extra points, a little extra investment to unlock the cooler stuff. Alright. Gotcha.
Well done. We're almost there. I'll see you ahead.
Oh, I'm on fire. Increased throwing damage. Worthless. Melee lightning damage, health on melee hit. Which skill cast Testicular Torsion? That's probably an Acolyte kind of thing. Is this Diablo 5? It's definitely Diablo-esque. Oh, right. Another thing that I like about this game, I'm gonna pick up my controller. It's more Diablo than it is Path of Exile, but it's definitely I feel like it has more complexity, more stuff going on than Diablo, or Diablo 3 onwards at least.
Sounds
Yo, what up?
Sounds like Beavis have done well.
So while you are using a controller, there's a couple of interesting things. So at the bottom you can see, like, lightning bolt is assigned to square, lightning fireball is on circle, so on and so forth. If I hold select, then I get access to all my different menus. So you can use the D-pad to navigate menus, or if you just use the right stick at any time, you get a little virtual cursor that can navigate the menus for you. So even when you're doing menuing stuff, you can still play entirely with a controller. Now, when playing with a controller, you do have less control over your character in some ways, because you can't, like, aim with the right stick unless you're standing still. Or no, you can't even do that. The cursor does not aim your skills. So, like, I can aim in any direction while standing still, while using mouse and keyboard. With a controller, I have to, like, move in that direction and have my character be facing in that direction in order to use the skill. And there's also, like, skills that will, like, jump or teleport in a direction, and you will automatically just always go the maximum distance when you're using a controller. But yeah, overall, I think the controller controls are a bit better, like, feels a bit better than Path of Exile's controller support. I've actually been playing this game mostly with a controller, just because it's more comfortable. I can now use my town portal, so if I click the right stick, drop a town portal. So yeah, it's I've been enjoying the game quite a bit. The skill specialization stuff really feels like it gives you a lot of room to come up with your own build of just like, oh, I'm just gonna convert all of my spells into cold damage and then just pump my cold damage and see how that goes. And doing that kind of thing is a lot more approachable than it is in Path of Exile, because with Path of Exile you can do fucking whatever you want. It's just a lot more, you require a lot more mechanical knowledge of the game to accomplish something like that in Path of Exile, and the balance in Path of Exile is not as well done, but a lot of that is in part due to the fact that this game does, like, it doesn't have the same level of complexity as Path of Exile. I am generally of the impression that the gearing, like determining what kind of gear you're looking for and what makes gear good for you and stuff like that, is generally much more straightforward. So, another thing that's, it's more approachable, but it does lack a bit of complexity in comparison. Died 471 times in Path of Exile. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, you could you can definitely just make a mage that just only cares about dealing lightning damage, and you specialize in Lightning Bolt as like your basic skill for the first little while, and then eventually you can start unlocking more complex skills. Fuck off, I'm trying to demonstrate something. So in Sorcerer, if you pick Sorcerer, then you can get Static Orb, where you launch an orb that zaps enemies. You can also get Ice Barrage, and you could probably convert the damage of Ice Barrage into lightning. Somehow. What do you got? When you cast Ice Barrage, you now summon an Ice Shield in the target direction. It blocks projectiles. Ice Barrage creates an aura around you. Ooh. Ice Barrage has increased fire rate, but you become silenced. Losing a large amount of mana and other skills cost more mana. Static charges up as you move or when you get hit. Activate Static to discharge what you've built up, striking 5 nearby enemies with lightning. Mana Strike hits all enemies in an area in front of you, returning mana if it hits an enemy. So if I am using a skill that I use this in conjunction with a spell that uses a lot of mana to build my mana back up faster. Mana strikes enemies it hits with Mana Arc while you are not out of mana. Mana Arc consumes mana. Can you take all the specializations at once? No, you are limited to 5 specializations, and you unlock them at certain levels of character progression. So, like, your character level, when you hit level 50 on your character, then you will unlock your last specialization. But you can have 5, and you can only have 5 skills or spells slotted at a time. Like, at the bottom, you can see, like, I have Lightning Bolt, Fireball, the Ice Cone, the Elemental Wave, and Fireball again. So I could go in and change what skills I have slotted. So I can switch this to Mana Strike, so I can use Elemental Nova a bunch, and then use Mana Strike to build my mana back up. So that's cool. I have a point to put into Fireball. But yeah, I generally enjoy a lot of the, like, transformative spell effects that you can get through the specialization tree. You can really do some goofy stuff to some of your skills. I'll be able to show some of that off later. There we go. Magic Legends stream when? Kind of missed the boat on that one. Actually, you know what? I do want to show off my current character, the character that I've actually been playing a bunch. Don't crash. Here we go. Also navigate the menus with the controller! Woo! Hey, there we go. My level 40 Necromancer. Alright. Let me in, coach. I'm ready. So let's... Alright. I got a couple of these uniques because they are a guaranteed drop, and I was like, it's kind of funny. So, let's go into a map where I can show off my boys. Where am I going? The Rustlands. Oh right, also, the main plot of this game is about time travel. So, in addition to having, like, all of the different areas that you can travel through, some of them exist in multiple timelines, or, like, multiple points of the same timeline. So it's like, this area exists in the year 1005 AG, and then this is the same area in 1290 AG. You start the game in -12 BE, just hanging out over here. There's also Ancient Era, where sometimes you'll find some stuff to do in the past. And then, like, the main hub of the game is the end of time. Very Chrono Trigger. Alright, so, my skills. I got Summon Bone Golem. Attacks slowly, but has a chance to retaliate. And I got Summon Skeleton. Summons a warrior or skeleton archer to guard you. We'll get back to that, because summons a warrior or skeleton archer is no longer true. Also, you're limited 3 skeletons at a time. Also a lie. Summon Skeletal Mage. Summons a skeletal mage to assist you. Transplant, which I might switch out with something at some point, but this creates a new body for you at the target location, then detonates your old body to deal physical damage. So, if I hit R, it's like a blink skill, except with a blood explosion. And then I've got Summon Wraith. It rapidly fades from the world, but will seek and attack your foes while it remains. So, I have specialized these spells such that those none of these descriptions are literally accurate anymore. So if I go into Summon Skellington, skeletons cost less mana and your skeletons have better crit chance. Great. But then, you can summon more skeletons. Pretty cool. How about over here? Increased attack speed and movement speed. Love it. And you can summon more skeletons. How about this? Skeleton warriors have more health, while skeleton rogues and archers deal more damage. Cool. You can summon more skeletons. Love that. But also, skeleton archers are removed from the pool of skeletons that can be summoned. So it's like, oh hey, summon skeleton. You can summon a skeleton warrior or an archer. Bitch, no I can't. Get those archers out of here, melee only. Because next up, I'm gonna start getting some of these passives, where skeleton warriors can cast Bone Armor, which reduces damage taken. And then my skeletons can use Bone Armor more frequently, and Bone Armor lasts longer. And then my skeletons can start casting bone armor on my other summons. And then there's this one, which I've thought about getting. Dread Phalanx. They deal more damage and have more health, and are larger, but you can only summon half as many skeletons. And then I've got my Bone Golem, which is my big boy. Increased move speed, increased attack speed, love that. But also, you just, here, have another golem. Your golems are slightly worse, but now you have 2 of them. Golems give my nearby boys some extra armor. That's cool. Your golems deal cold damage and has a chance to chill attackers. That's pretty great. My skeletal mage. They got some life leech. I can summon another one. That's great, love that. But then also, I turned all of my skeletal mages into death knights. So now they're melee dudes. And they can cast Hungering Souls, which summons a bunch of skulls that home in on enemies. Summon Wraith, rapidly fades from the world. Fuck that. My Wraiths no longer decay, but I can only have 2 of them. But that's okay, because hidden behind that ability is a passive that makes my Wraiths way bigger and way stronger in every way. And they have a chance to bleed, and all kinds of cool shit. So, bring in some boys. Bring in some fucking boys. Got 8 skeletons. Summon my 4 Death Knights. Wrong button. Summon the golems. So, I have 16 skeletons. And I have no attacks of my own other than the Blood Explosion spell. Like, all of my combat capabilities are just the boys. It's also pretty neat. So on the controller, what triangle does when you're playing on controller is it orders your minions to make an attack move in the chosen direction. So you can just spam it to try and keep them ahead of you while you're wandering around. Yeah, go get them, boys. I'm just gonna trust that you all are doing a great job over there. So yeah, a lot of my gear is just like increased minion health, giving my minions extra melee damage. I got 2 pieces of a set, increased minion damage, but 2 pieces of the set gives a chance to replenish a potion when a bone golem hits an enemy. Ooh. It's also got a button to sort your inventory, which is nice. There's this button called Transfer Materials. And what that does is, if you pick up any crafting materials, then they go into your regular inventory. But then you just click that, and they all go into your crafting material bank. So, I have 24 shards that can improve or add flat armor increase to any of these different kinds of items. And how do I do that? Well, I bring up the forge, and I put my piece of gear in there. So, minion health, bam. So, I have 13 forging potential remaining. and doing this will cost 1 to 18 forging potential. But then I have a glyph, which modifies the crafting shenanigans, so modifies the outcome of a craft, giving it a chance to have no forging potential cost. That's pretty cool. I could also just re-roll the modifier that's over here. I could seal the affix so that this modifier is just permanently on the item, and then it has a free slot to put a new modifier into it. And then there's also runes that you can use, where if I use this, it just blows up the item, but all of these modifiers will have a chance to turn into the materials that let you like craft those modifiers on other items. So I generally like to pick up items that have increased minion health, because even if the item isn't good, then I can just explode the item and get minion health crafting materials. Re-rolls the values of all affixes within their tiers, so it's like where is... There we go. I don't remember how to check what the range... There it is. So, Tier 3 increased minion health can give anywhere between 84% to 112% increased minion health. So if I have, like, good modifiers, but I got crappy rolls on all of them, then I could use one of these and maybe get better rolls. Or just removes a random affix on an item, and it turns that affix into shards of that type. Adds random affixes to all empty slots on an item. Has an increased chance of rolling rarer affixes. Ooh. Yeah, you can do this wherever. I could just do this right now if I wanted to. And I kind of want to. Let's see if I can get a tier 4 minion health without draining all of my forging potential. So that cost 9 forging potential. So I only have 4 remaining. But you can also only... you are limited to what tier of each modifier you can get up to based off of your character level. So it keeps you from just like, oh, well, I'm going to transfer over all of these crafting items to a new character, and I'm going to give myself tier 10 added damage. And then just blast through everything. So I now have 130% increased minion health, which is complete middle of the road for tier 4 minion health increase. Neat. Is that a spiked collar? Maybe. It gives my minions damage. There's also the idle slots, which are a weird thing, of like, they are just extra. They're like the charms from Diablo 2, except they have their own slots. Instead of just having charms in your inventory, you, like, by completing side quests and stuff, you can unlock more charm space. So the idols on average aren't super powerful, but they can add up. Just like increased vitality and increased minion damage. Okay. Healing effectiveness and physical resistance. Alright. I don't hate having any of that. That's just a nice bonus to have. I need to put my shirt back on. And then there's, like, even more passive bonuses that you can shove into your character that I haven't even unlocked yet. I haven't even unlocked that entire system yet. Level 40? Ooh. My golem has a point I can put into something. I can make my golem larger and generate more threat. Golem's hits restore health to you and itself. Alright. You now summon a blood golem instead of a bone golem. They can cast Sanguine Orb, a spell that deals physical damage to nearby enemies over 2 seconds.
Ash_Graytree gifted a tier 1 sub to Burkina. They have given 66 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you very much for the gift sub, Ash. How many systems does this game have? It has a lot of systems, but it, like, drip feeds you most of the systems in a pretty reasonable manner. Higher chance to retaliate. More armor when a minion dies nearby. Health regen. If you only control one golem, it has a much higher chance of retaliating with Bone Shatter. Thank you for the subway. So yeah, like, with the Bone Golem, I could turn my Bone Golems into Death Chill Golems that deal ice damage. I could make them deal fire damage with a Pyre Golem. I could give them a cool spell by turning them into a Blood Golem. This one's pretty nice, your Bone Golems move faster, and also all of your dudes move faster. Your golem has a chance to grant you a stack of putrid coating when it's hit. Each stack lasts for 8 seconds and grants you a chance to poison enemies. Well, I'm never hitting anything, so that's not that useful. Golem deals more damage and has a higher chance to stun with melee attacks. Oh god, what do I pick? Is Bone Golem cool? Sanguine Orb seems cool? It's a spell. I don't know. I kind of just want to focus on melee, so I can just focus on increasing my minion melee damage, so that all of my minions deal truckloads of melee damage. So Bone Shatter is a spell, yeah. Let's make them bigger. Sure. Whoop. Did I go through? I did go through the time portal. So time portals will take you to this zone, but in a different time era. Nice. Good job, boys. Nope. Get the misshapen remains. Yeah. Good job. Blarg, I'm dead. Now that I think about it, what if I go into my loot filter? Let's add a rule. So how about you show... How about you only show... Only show items that have a minion-based... one of these minion-based affixes. With at least one of these affixes on the same item. Great. And then... how about you show... always show... exalted, unique, and set items. Alright. And then always show... what else do I want to see? Oh god, that's a lot. +1 skeleton! Level of all of these different spells. Sure. Show items that have class-specific spells. Or affixes. There we go. And... always show... items that have... all resistances, elemental resistances, and physical resistance. And then, also, intelligence, and also, vitality. And move speed. There we go. So now if an item does not have any of these effects... which one is this? I fucked up. Rule name. Minion stuff. And then this one is stat stuff. And then this one is acolyte stuff. Great. So now it will always hide. Let's change it so that hide normal and magic items is highest priority. But now, it will only show stuff that falls within... that shows certain modifiers. Wait. Chance to chill on hit. What's your... what? What modifiers did I specify fall within these conditions? Why is this item showing up? I probably shouldn't be spending this much time and effort into this right now. Let's find some more loot and see. Yep, nope. I did something wrong. Shift F is loot filter button? I think it might be this rule. Acolyte. No, I don't think that's it. Weird. There's something about some kind of items that's showing stuff even though it shouldn't. Oh well. I'll figure it out later. Wait, I know what it is. I know what it is. I figured it out. So if we set it to also hide rare items, then this rule won't be necessary. Because it will be showing them by default, I think? Okay. It should work correctly now. Ah, okay. There's a rare over here. Yes! This rare was hidden, and it did not have any of the modifiers that I specified it should not have. I did it. So the rule to... There was no rule to hide rare items, so it was showing all rare items regardless. You need something that specifies, like... Every item is shown by default, so you need to set a rule that hides rare items and then overwrite that rule that shows specific kinds of rare items. Got it. Also show all idols. Great. I don't know if idols were being hidden by the rule that hides rare items, but now we can be sure. Also, you all just got to experience what it was like watching what I did in university over my shoulder. Of me just doing fairly basic programming concepts. Oh. My boy skill is leveled up. What do we got? How do we make our boys better right now? Boys, you now have a 100% chance of winning. I hope you like it. Oh. Physical just great.
I'm willing to take her on her word. What I'm not ready for are
What do you mean?
portals to scout ahead. There should be some aqueducts up ahead.
Okie dokie.
Let's meet there.
I don't remember who this dude is. I don't exactly know what the plot is. All I know is I must kill. Or rather, all I know is that I must guide my skeletons to kill him. Also, gold and health potions are picked up automatically when you walk over them. Which is nice. Ooh, there we go. So here, in addition to breaking apart items in order to get their modifiers as physical items that you can use to craft those modifiers onto other items, or improve those modifiers on other items, they can also just drop as loot. I just wanted to show, like, the start, like, the very basics of the game. Once I unlock skill specializations, then that is, like, the most important stuff to see in terms of the early game experience. Oh yeah, so those are the Death Knights. The Death Knights dual-wield, cool green rune swords. Good for them. Do I want them to deal fire damage? Maybe. They deal more damage when they crit enemies, and they heal themselves when they crit. It seems cool. Extra projectiles doesn't really matter for my boys right now. Have a chance to avoid crits. Alright. Increased base critical chance. Sure, let's improve their crit chance. There we go. My blood explosion spell is not functioning. How do I want to make my Skella boys better? Bone armor. Get you some bone armor, boys. Oh right, there was a little more that I meant to show with the passive tree, I forgot. So, you know, you've got your base class passive tree, and they have the same thing as the specialization tree of, like, some skills you need to put a certain number of points into the prerequisite in order to unlock them. So in order to get Soul Aegis, which gives my minions extra armor based on my character level, I needed to put 4 points into Dark Rituals, which gives my minions increased attack and cast speed, and gives myself increased attack and cast speed if I have cast a minion spell recently. And you and your minions deal increased necrotic damage and have a chance to apply Damned on hit. Damned deals necrotic damage over time. Wow. And then, you know, I went with the Necromancer, so I have access to all of these skills over here, which are all generally pretty cool. But also, once you have unlocked the Mastery trees, you can still put points into the other ones. So if I wanted to, I could put a bunch of points into the Warlock tree or the Lich tree, but I would not get the Mastery skill, which is Chthonic Fissure for Warlock, or Reaper Form for Lich. But also, Warlock gives you more damage per curse on the target, and Lich gives you Life Leech. But over here in Necromancer Town, I've got a passive that gives me another skeleton, and that's all that matters. So what am I getting? I want that, because because that gives me an extra skeleton. Grants you vitality and grants your minions all resists. That seems pretty good. Your minions deal extra fire and necrotic damage with spells and attacks. River of Bones. Oh god. Increased crit chance, crit strike damage leeched as health, increased minion crit chance, minion crit strike damage leeched as health, increased minion life leech, and minion freeze rate multiplier. That all seems pretty decent. Ooh, this one gives my minions a chance to apply poison on melee hits. This one gives me intelligence. Make me more intelligent. Right, I want this one. I want another Skeleton Mage. But I need 3 points in this and 3 points in this. In order to have any points in this, I need 3 points in this. I see. But in order to unlock this, I need 3 points in this. Sure. Let's give my dudes some resistances. Make them tougher, more survivable. So, like, my build is pretty heavily reliant on just having a bunch of permanent minions and making them real tough. But with, like, the Wraith, over here, I get some extra skills that make me summon more Wraiths every time I cast the spell. So instead of having 2 permanent Wraiths, I could go over here and just summon a ton of Wraiths. And then I could synergize that with some stuff over in Skeletal Mage, where my Skeletal Mages can cast Profane Oblation on melee Wraiths and Blood Specters, which just sacrifices them to explode them into dealing a bunch of damage to enemies they're close to. And instead of having a bunch of Death Knights, I could just have one Archmage. And instead of, like, summoning bone golems or skeletons, I could summon volatile zombies, which just they walk towards enemies and explode. So I could have my entire build based off of just having a bunch of enemies that walk at the enemy and just explode. Ooh, Experience Shrine. Love that. Yeah, the minion AI is generally pretty good. Like, if you're using mouse and keyboard, you have better control over the attack move command. I think it's A on the keyboard. But you could just, like, hey, attack that one. Attack that one. You can just target which enemies you want your minions to focus on. Which is pretty cool. Another XP shrine, let's go. Also, your minions generally move faster than you. And you can give... There's a bunch of passives to make your minions, like, even faster, if you wanna. So you don't really have to worry about ever, like, getting too far ahead of your minions. Especially since I think they rubber band towards you if they're not fighting anything and get too far away. Or even if they are fighting something and they get too far away, they get real fast and catch up. So I can kind of just walk past enemies, and as long as they don't kill me, then the crew shows up and just curb stomps them after the fact. It's just like, hello, gentlemen, good day. How's it going? Yep, alright. I'll be seeing you. I would say one of the worst parts about the game, like, one of the most frustrating things about, like, the basic design of the game is if I bring up the full map. So, like, my icon is this, like, blue and gold arrow in the middle. But when you bring up your map like this, the little compass thing pointing you towards the objective is, like, way too close to your character. So I keep mixing up where I am with the objective indicator. Minor problem. Wait. The fractured drain. What is this? Oh wait, was I just in the fractured drain or what? Oh, it's just a side area? Okay. Turn back, there's nothing for you here. There's some evil shit up in here. Keep pressing the wrong button. Bullshit, there's nothing for me here. There's $14. Sure, I'll pick up the skull. Yeah, you know what? Overall, I think they were correct. Get that 10 gil, yeah. Final Fantasy 16 moment. How do you like applesauce? It's been a very long time since I have had applesauce. I think if I were to have applesauce, I would definitely want it to be, like, spiced up with some cinnamon, maybe some sugar. Some cinnamon sugar, perhaps. Later, Ash. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry for starting so late. I got distracted trying to do tech things. So in this box, there's an exiled mage, and this guy is going to drop an interesting item. It might not be good, but it will have a weird modifier on it. I need to reveal it in order to see it. 0.7 seconds of traversal skill cooldowns recovered on potion use. An increased chance to find potions. And then also gives me some ward on potion use. Ward is like an overshield, kind of. Like, in Path of Exile, when you have energy shield, you just have the energy shield, it's basically just an extra health bar. But in this, you have to generate your overshield in order to have it. But there are various effects that can, like, generate it passively. There are effects that can generate it, like, when you deal damage and stuff. If you want to utilize it, then there's a lot of ways to do that. Ward in Path of Exile is something different. Ward is weird. Ward is like a special, a super special, unique shield thing that goes on top of all of your other health bars.
Here I was.
Oh, I got hurt!
Hoping this would lead
Keep doing plot, protagonist. I'm gonna sit here and wait. Maybe something interesting will happen. I'm pretty sure I've had, like, sauces that used applesauce in them, but I'm not gonna have applesauce just by itself as a condiment. I think generally in context is where I would consider, like, I'm not gonna have a bowl of applesauce. If I'm gonna have something like that, then I will have oatmeal instead. Ow. Witch hat. Minion health. Percent increased health. Hey, interesting. Yeah, you can also sell items at vendors for gold, but usually items are not worth. You are going to earn a lot more money just by picking up fucking coins off the floor. Just like getting a bunch of nickels off of beating enemies up than trying to sell your loot. Ooh, unique dagger. Gel Core's Blast Knife. Bonus to detonating arrow. Reduce mana cost for detonating arrow. Detonating arrow no longer requires a bow. Uh-huh. Detonating arrow's initial projectile is changed to a melee attack that applies an explosive charge to an enemy it hits. Each charge explodes after the same duration that an arrow from detonating arrow would, and the explosion deals the same damage. Detonating arrow scales with melee damage instead of bow damage, and big melee damage for detonating arrow. So instead of shooting grenades at the enemy, you start to Killer Queen the enemy. That's a neat unique. Level up. Ahead of me, minions. Blow them up. Knock on wood, but the game servers have been pretty stable so far. Like, there haven't been a bunch of long loading screens or anything like that. When the servers go bad, the load screens can get pretty dire. Oh, also, when you're in online mode, you can't pause the game. You can, like, if you hit escape in single player, it'll pause. Not on multiplayer. But again, single player characters are different than online characters. You can't bring an online character to single player or vice versa. But if you've got a decent computer, the load times in single player are very fast. Go get 'em, boys! Go get those headless dregs. Yeah. There we go. There was a bit of a load. Oh. Huh. Did not bring my boys with me. Woo! Aha! It's a town.
I'm glad we have a chance. Seriously, before you...
too. When he fled, I saw him heading.
Find the fallen Osprix nests.
I am Yulia. Once I was High Priestess of the Empire, but no longer. The heart of the Citadel is beyond. There is an exit near the Emperor's...
Find the entrance to the Citadel sewers. I thought I was already in the sewers, but okay. Haha, I have higher movement speed than you. Pranked. Pranked and goofed. Bamboozled. Hype tree. Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, so how do you know when your skills have leveled up? Whoop! Bottom right corner. It's just hidden by the music interface. What was I getting? Right, I made him bigger. What do I want for my boys? Just get bigger. You deserve it. I should probably put some points into making all my stuff faster, actually. That'll probably be smarter. Or... oh, he's freaking out. Out of the way, boys. Oh. $2. Kill the dudes to bring out their leader. I can do that. Get him. A Scepter. Alright, I killed their leader. Oh yeah, another thing this game does is any enemy that is rarity, I guess. Any enemy that is rated rare or higher will always drop at least one rare item. Which is pretty nice early on. It doesn't make too much of a difference once you start getting further in, but early on it's just like, okay, you are guaranteed going to get at least a handful of rares to get you going. Return me to town. I'm more tired than I expected.
You killed him? I'm glad we had a moment. What if it's infected?
I got a free passive point. Get down. Well, oh right, it's the warrior. No, it's the reapers that have a chance to bleed. I could give my mages a chance to apply poison and just have all of my dudes just stack up hellacious amounts of damage over time effects onto the enemy. Well, let's make their crits better for right now. Let me out. But yeah, overall, I've been enjoying this game quite a bit. The balance of the game is a little weird, of, like, the difficulty fluctuates a fair bit. An example being, like, right after you unlock your mastery class, most characters will become just, like, real strong for a while. Which makes sense, because it's like, oh, here is the next level of power progression. Here you go. And then you just kind of curb stomp dudes for a little while, but it is a bit weird. And because of all of the item crafting options that it gives you, like how easy it is to turn items into the items that you want, it does feel like the loot variety is a little less exciting. Because, you know, you're still better off overall finding the items you want on the ground and then using all of their crafting potential to upgrade them, instead of using a bunch of their crafting potential in order to, like, you know, switch the modifiers around to become the modifiers that you want. But I think there's a good variety to the abilities, and, like, it generally feels like you have a lot of control over you are a lot more capable of just making the build you want and just making that work than in something like Path of Exile, because so many of the options are, like, pretty well balanced. So, in a way, it feels like it might be a little lacking in overall complexity of just how hard you can really push different builds and stuff if any option is viable in some way or another. Do you like it more or less than PoE? I mean, I've got like a dozen hours in this and 2,000 hours in Path of Exile. It's hard to say. This one is absolutely way more approachable. Like, if you open up the passive tree on Path of Exile and get scared, this is the one you play. Structured is a way to put it, but in that way it's also a little more rigid in terms of, like, in its efforts to make all of the options good, in that way, it kind of makes your decisions matter a bit less. Because if there are fewer bad choices, then making good choices is less impactful. And that's, like, that is how I make the argument in favor of Path of Exile over this. But thus far, this game has been a lot of fun, and I have been enjoying it quite a bit. The worst thing about this over Path of Exile is that Last Epoch costs $35, and Path of Exile is free. I mean, you can spend money to get, like, extra stash tabs and stuff, but to boot up the game and start playing, Path of Exile is free. Fucking love forging your own path and skills that you want and choosing what you want to do. So, Path of Exile is extremely good at that, but requires a lot more game knowledge out of you in order to make what you want to do. Like, you can do so many things in Path of Exile, but in order to make doing those things mechanically good and, like, capable of doing endgame content and stuff like that, you need a lot of game knowledge. While in this, like, because you can kind of just do whatever, and as long as you have some kind of theme and some kind of cohesion, then I've heard that, like, basically anything you do can do endgame content. It's just some options will do endgame content better. In Path of Exile, if your build blows chunks, then you're gonna get to endgame content and just get one-shot by everything. You will be thoroughly curb stomped. Better bleed. Uses bone armor more frequently. Love that. Had to backtrack on the skill tree to get more survivability. Yeah. Like, that's still a thing that you have to consider in this game. Like, this game is not just complete easy baby, just blindfolded, play your way through it, but overall, it is on the easier side. It becomes even more easy if you invest in survivability, like, at all. In a lot of cases, in most cases, you are going to be getting, like, more offensive capacity. Like, you are going to be dealing more damage based off of your specializations than anything else. So, for gear, you generally want to err on, like, you want to get more defense on your gear than you want offense on your gear. And, like, even in your passive tree, you generally want to pick up survivability stuff. Going glass cannon is not as... Just because of the gameplay of action RPGs and how chaotic it can be, and, you know, damage effects everywhere, and just truckloads of enemy cluttering the screen. You want survivability. But as long as you are keeping that in mind, you can still, like, run around with much less survivability than you should have. Really. If you're willing to just die and run back to where you were every now and then. Get 'em, boys! So, that is one of the best things about this game. It's still not perfect, but in this game, when you die, it tells you what the damage type was that killed you. Like, when you die, it comes up on the screen, you died, what killed you? Necrotic damage. So it's like, oh, okay. The stuff in here is dealing a bunch of necrotic damage, so I guess I could go get some necrotic resistance on my gear. It still doesn't tell you exactly, like, this enemy hit you with this attack for this much damage. But it's better than Path of Exile, which gives you flat nothing. Just, you died. Do you want to go back to town or not? Got 2 passive points to spend. So I've got 3 in that one. How much do I care about this? Minion crit multiplier is pretty good. Like, minion crit chance is also good, and intelligence is also good. Yeah, I could start putting points into this. Let's get some more prerequisites going. Frank killed you with an arcane explosion. I have not been paying as much attention. Woo! So all my crafting materials got sent to my crafting bucket. I have not been paying a huge amount of attention to enemy names. I don't think the enemy names get as humorous as they can in Path of Exile. Minion health. Right. Vitality, minion dodge rating. Primalist helmet. Oh, it does have a minion modifier on it, I guess. Oh, there's a base amulet type that gives minion bonuses. Ooh. Chance to apply frailty when hit. Well, I want this base item. You know what? Turquoise. Alright, so... add rule. Show. Item type. Accessory. Amulet. Subtype. Always show me turquoise amulets. Ah, minimum item level 36. That's why I haven't seen any of those before. Yeah. Always show me those. Still going the right way? I get lost. Right. You know what? I should probably just assign this to this. Bring this back. So you can't be tricky in this game and just like, oh, well, I summon the minion, and then once the minions are summoned, I switch that skill slot to something else. Like, the thing doesn't have any kind of effect if it's not on the hotbar, so That is why you only have 5 specialization trees. Because that's as many as you need. Path of Exile has too many damage types that are very similar. Corrupting blood, physical damage over time, and bleeding all being different. Yeah, that is a thing that can be frustrating to keep track of. And some of that is just because, like, from more stuff being added to the game over time. It's like, oh, we want this boss to have a unique mechanic, and so this boss's mechanic is corrupted blood, which is like bleeding, but different. So in order to deal with it, you need to have a new way of dealing with corrupted blood, because the stuff that deals with bleeding doesn't deal with corrupted blood, and so on and so forth. A lot of Path of Exile's problems with complexity do stem from just that game having been running for a while now. And so that is, like, the theoretical hope for Path of Exile 2 is that you just crunch down a bunch of stuff that are just, like, super similar and basically the same, but slightly, like, named a different thing so they don't affect each other. And just, like, cut down on a bunch of stuff like that. Cut down on a bunch of the, like, super esoteric endgame, like, just knowledge checks with item crafting and stuff like that. Like, you still want to have a lot of complexity, that's the thing that makes Path of Exile such an enduring game, but I think something that would help the game quite a bit is just smoothing things out over the course of the game instead of everything that matters all being endgame stuff. Like, technically, yes, there are ways of accessing some of the endgame mechanics earlier on. Just like, oh, Einhar shows up in Act 2, but Einhar doesn't matter until you get to the end of the game, really. Like, the importance and utility of Einhar is not really established in any way until you start getting monsters that can, like, be crafted into unique items and stuff. And even then, I feel like it's very easy to forget a lot of that stuff, even once you do start doing in-game stuff. I mean, yeah, like, there are things that are useful for doing while you're going through the main story, but it's very easy to overlook that stuff in the way that Path of Exile exists right now. So finding ways to make more... Finding ways of making stuff that is going to be utilized and expanded upon in the endgame more prevalent, like, during the story. That stuff would be... That kind of thing is what I am hoping for out of Path of Exile 2. Just stuff that makes the game more approachable, really. Chance to poison on hit. Like that. Wraiths deal additional necrotic damage. So that's just flat extra damage. That's not bad. Extra crit chance. Crit chance is cool. So do I want to stack damage over time effects, or do I want to go over here and get a bunch of crit bonus? Oh, it seems like I can't really reach all the way over here, because I'm pretty sure skills max out at level 20. So I only have 20 points to spread out, so... If I'm gonna have maximized bleed, if I'm gonna have Soul of Avarice, then, like, 1 point here. So that'll be 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20? Like, I wouldn't even max out either of these. And I could do that. Or I could put 1 point here and just give them a 50% chance to apply poison. And just stack it up. Or maybe I make them do a bunch of necrotic damage. Does anyone else care about necrotic damage? Do I have any cool bonuses for necrotic damage? Increased minion necrotic damage. That seems good. Maybe bleed isn't even what I want. Maybe I just want to max out crit on all of my boys. What you got for critical? What's everybody? What's up, everybody? I'm dealing criticals. Can you deal necrotic damage in any way? You can be fire, you can be ice. Cold. I probably don't need Tower of Bones. That's probably not super worth those points. Just more health and armor is probably better. Just more damage. Just get that damage in there. Just hit him. And if I do that, you know what? Let's show this off. So what happens if you decide that I spent my points kind of bad? I want to change the way that I've spent my points in my specialization tree a little bit. Well, you got two options. You can despecialize the skill, which is just Scorched Earth. You just put it away, and then you can reselect, like you can specialize back into the tree. And when you do that, it starts at your minimum specialized level, which is a bit blocked by chat, but my current minimum specialized level is 6. So when I specialize a skill, it will start at level 6. So I could refresh it and start over at level 6, or I can remove points from the tree, which will decrease the skill's level. But when you decrease the skill's level, if you decrease it below a certain threshold, then it gains... Let's just move chat. If you reduce it below a certain threshold, then you get extra XP gain in that skill. So you can get it back up to where it was. So I'll cut those skills, and instead let's do... I don't really care about spell damage. Let's get Bladed Fists. Extra melee damage, extra stun chance with melee. That's what I want to be doing anyways. Extra skeleton, extra skeleton. I think everything over here is perfect. No notes. Hungering Souls. Hungering Souls deals necrotic damage, right? Okay. So my mages are already doing some necrotic shenanigans. Is there anything that makes them even better at necrotic? Oh, I can just search necrotic. So, with the spell that makes other minions explode, that deals necrotic damage. They can cast Necrotic Mortar, which is neat, but... it's a spell. I don't really care about spells. I care about melee. Oh! So... this passive gives them a chance to fire additional projectiles, but it also increases their melee area of effect. So they can be doing big sweeps. Sweepstakes. Maybe I don't care about damage over time at all. Maybe I just want, like, huge hits. Because damage over time is scaled differently than the melee stuff is. So if I just cut out all these bleed points that I've been pumping in. Faster melee. Cool necrotic damage. And then critical stuff over there. So if I go over here and just go real deep on just big damage. Sure, let's do that. I have respect my skills a whole lot, and I am still stomping through crowds of enemies, so I don't think respecking is a massive detriment from my experience. Okay, I only need 1 point in that to get over to this cool critical hit stuff. So let's start working our way over here. I think that's the plan. Alright. All of my boys are temporarily worse, but hopefully it is in service of making them stronger after the fact.
Amazing. I never would have thought necromancy could be so glorified. Something so...
This looks like a boss arena to me. Yo, what up?
You should have seen us come. You know how the Emperor operates. Yes. And now your friend will watch. Frozen in magic.
We trusted you! How could you? Oh, she's dead. Oh, we got... we got more. The Immortal Emperor is not super jazzed that we're mucking up his whole stuff. Also, these are bosses that I fought earlier in the chapter. Got him.
Now's our chance. Quick, use Herot's lance.
Whose side are you on?
You pathetic human mistake. You think you can kill me? You think you can?
Enough! Can't use the lance! The lance of Herot. Where is it? Quickly! You need to get out of here!
It was a fake betrayal, but then she was like, quick, use the plot device! And I'm like, what plot device? I don't have a plot device. And now we're back in time. MacGuffin.
Finally
MacGuffin.
back in my own era. Looks like more fools will have to die yet if I'm to get off this mountain.
I could hear the fedora tip. I did the physical motion, too, even though you can't see it. Thus is my commitment to the bit. I can now have 9 skeletons! Skeleton warrior. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ow. Get 'em, boys! Oh yeah, also, if I take too much damage, then I summon a bonus boy, and I can have up to 3 bonus boys. Thanks to one of my passive tree thingies. Passives, probably refer to that as. Whenever one of your minions dies, I have a chance to summon a skeletal vanguard, but also, where's the other one? When damage leaves you below half health, you summon a revenant. I can have so many bonus friends. Gonna go to bed? That's ridiculous. Thanks for dropping by, Colt. So I saw the name Ash and got thrown off. And thanks again for Culver's. The fries were, like, really good today. It was pretty hype. Level 45, I'm only 5 levels away from being able to give my minions a debuff that actually buffs them. Well, give them a damage over time effect that makes them strong. And then I just make the damage over time effect not actually deal damage. Problem solved. Everybody's going to bed early. Dang. Later, Taran, thanks for hanging out. It's so funny watching combat here of just like, I walk towards enemies and then just slingshot the boys at them, and then the boys run up and it's just a mess of flailing skeletons until the enemy explodes. Later, Neo. It's not the game, it's me. I don't believe you. But that's fine. Ooh! A set item. Increased armor, increased cast speed, increased armor, increased necrotic damage if you have been hit recently. Ooh, that seems pretty good for a Lich. Ooh. Pretty good base affixes on that. Ooh. Increased minion health, but it has like no crafting potential. Does having more modifiers reduce the forging potential? No? Forging potential is just random. Alright, back to the loot filter. They have to be at least rare turquoise amulets. Wait, let's do it like this. Okay. Turquoise amulet, out of there. Minion stuff. Item type, amulet, subtype, turquoise. Tier of the individual affixes. Oh shit. Okay, I think this should... The way that that works is it should still show me stuff that has the minion modifiers that I'm looking for, even if it is not a turquoise amulet. It does not. I have changed it, so now it has to be a turquoise amulet, which is not correct. Okay, so show things that are rare or better that are turquoise amulets. Okay. Oh wait, show idols. Okay. That should all be correct now. Probably just dump a bunch of this stuff into my storage. Flailing skeletons is how I want my Halloween. You need to get one of those 12-foot tall Home Depot skeletons, but hook it up to some rigging that makes it wave its arms around. Yeah, I'll just buy a new stash tab and shove all of this into it. I'm not actually going to sort all the way through it on stream. Get out of here. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Oh yeah, also, Diablo 2 flashbacks.
Unlucky?
You can gamble! Oh, right. Sometimes the text size is broken in vendors. Purchasing this item will reveal its rarity and magical properties. Cannot be a unique or set item. Shift right click to buy. Give me that. Ooh. Hurricane bearded axe of stone.
You have a good eye.
It sucks. Sell it back. Oh. I got a bone jolum. Point. Portaling to the gates of Solarum. Whoa! Oh right, when you're playing online, areas will be... If you, like, use a portal and leave a zone, or, like, use a waypoint and leave a zone, and then go back, the enemies will respawn. Which is not how it works in single player. So, like, that unique that I had several of at the start of the stream, that's because I kept using Town Portal to leave an area and come back to refight the same enemy that has a guaranteed drop of that item every time. I don't think the item's actually worth much. Probably wasn't worth my time to do that, but I was curious if it worked, and it did. Point for the boys. You know what? Let's just go ahead and max out these two, and then we'll go get the crit stuff later. Big dog. Big dog exploded. So looking forward to level 50. I'm excited to be able to give my boys a buff. That's another thing. Every class has some kind of summon they can have, like some kind of minion. So, like, the rogue's bird class is apparently quite strong, but how you interact with the minions vary. So, like, with the big Beastmaster dude, his minions are companions, which are still minions for like scaling purposes and all that, but they behave slightly differently. Instead of just re-summoning them if they die, you walk over next to them and you can revive them. You can only have like 2 companions, and so you have a set number of companion slots, and there's like the Stormcrow spell, which the Stormcrow spell summons up to your maximum number of companions worth of birds. But then, if you want the Summon Wolf spell, you can only summon up to 1 wolf. But then, each of the companions has a spell that... Or rather, the summon abilities aren't just summon abilities. If you already have the summon out, then using the ability again will activate a skill. So, like, the wolf will howl, and the howl has, like, increases your movement speed and attack speed and stuff. What? I can't hear you. Your voice lines aren't captioned, so I don't care. Oh no! Deer injured. Oh hey, it's Hero Rod, the guy whose spear we were supposed to have in order to kill the Immortal King.
Go north.
Can I have your spear?
Retrieve the lance.
Put your weapons down. The death.
Oh hey, it's Yulia! The lady who betrayed us and then unbetrayed us immediately.
I can hear it, my lord. And who are you? Did he now? Fine. Yes, I am Yulia.
Oh, she's the chieftain of the
Hereborian
Hereborians.
tribe. One and the spear. Come. We have my eyes.
Oh, he seems
as
hurt.
much when he... Here, come. We have much to discuss.
Oh, bye. Hey, check out this deer man. So, I think, like, some effects are missing when you're playing online because they just don't load in at the right time, and because they're not loading in at the right time, they just don't load in at all. So, like, when you do time travel for the first time, there's a fucking sliders, like, time tunnel that you go through, but if you're playing online, that just doesn't show up. Want to see my Deer Man collection? Oh, I could just give all of my minions a chance to poison, huh? They don't even need to have their own things that let them poison things. I could just give it to all of them. Alright, so let's put a point in that. And then we'll put 3 points in that, probably? Yeah, this game is still a bit buggy, and most of the bugginess is just online mode stuff.
We don't have much time. We need the Lance of Herot. The lance is cursed from... It lies deep in far wood, hidden away. Haha, it is not them. You will stay. We will... There have... It is... But Ryan is the largest...
Hey, we need the lance. Got it. You know what, side quest? What you need? I need some potions for my legs. Okie dokie. Oh no, I gotta fight dogs. And big cool cats with 2 tails. This is fucked up. These are some beefy dogs and cats. Max level 46? Oh shit. Current level content. That's crazy. Ow. That cat hurt me. Kill those spiders. So I don't gotta look at them. Oh, hype train frames. Whoa, big boy. You good? Okay. Momentary frames. It's fine. Extra spell damage. Doesn't really matter. Attack and cast faster. Have a chance to gain Frenzy. Frenzy is a buff that grants increased attack and cast speed. Okay. This sounds like Pizza Tower, I think. Yeah, how about that? Sure, let's get increased melee area attack. And then... necrotic health damage. Sure. Pizza. Some of my boys are actually dying. I'm gonna start resummoning some of my boys. What do you think of the progression system in this game? I am generally enjoying the various, like, I think the skill specialization system is great, and it really, it rewards you for, like, trying different kinds of builds, and doesn't punish you particularly hard for, like, doing something weird. Like, it is more encouraging of experimentation than a lot of systems like this. A lot of action RPGs often have the problem of, well, if you want to do this kind of build, then you need to do this, this, and this. And here it's like, well, if you want to do this kind of build, here are the various options for that kind of build, and they are all of approximate efficiency, which is kind of a good thing, kind of a bad thing, in the sense of, if every option is a good option, then you're rewarded less for choosing the best options. But that's a nitpick, really. overall, the skill specialization system is the star of the show, but the different mastery trees are also pretty nice. I enjoy the fact that you can go, like, you can put a bunch of points into multiple mastery trees, and that a thing you are rewarded for, if you want to do that. So it's like, oh, this build would be a lot better if I had the 10-point skill from this other mastery. Then you can just put 10 points into that mastery tree and get that skill. And those 10 points that you're putting into that mastery tree are usually spent on stuff that are still, like, good for your character. There's a lot of really good things going on in the progression systems in this, and I think the progression systems are really the strong points of the game. There's also, like... okay. Oh, wait. I didn't get the quest item. The item systems and crafting systems and all that jazz seem a little flat, a little straightforward, but overall that might be a good thing, rather than expecting every game... Ooh, dungeon key. Than expecting every game to have the same level of complexity of Path of Exile, because comparing other games' complexity to Path of Exile is just... well, yeah. No other action RPG is going to have that level of complexity. All you know about this game is the loot filter. Yeah, the loot filter is, like... the loot filter being approachable and understandable by a regular player, because you don't need to do anything super fancy with it. You can just set up, just like, I don't want to see any more normal or magic quality items. Like, you can just do that, and that's fine. But you can make it all fancy if you care to do so, and you don't need to know a fucking scripting language to do it. Yeah, I think this game is pretty good for build experimentation. Like, it might not have the depth of Path of Exile, but it still gives you really good variety in what you can do with your builds. Like, I have the summon skeleton skill, except I made it and the summon skeleton skill says, oh, you summon warriors and archers, and I just made it only summon warriors. And then I got the skeletal mage skill, and I just I made the skeletal mages into death knights, which are melee units. So I'm just turning all of my summons into melee units so I can just focus on increasing my minions' melee damage as much as possible. And that's cool. But then even within making, like, a full melee crew, there's still various angles that I could approach. So I could focus on giving all of my dudes, like, a ton of poison chance on hit, bleed chance on hit, and just stack them up with applying tons and tons of damage over time effects. Or I could pump their critical hit, like crit chance and crit damage and all that, and just make their individual hits as powerful as possible. And then there's also, like, I assume there are unique items that will change, that will be, like, build-defining, of just like, hey, if you have this specific unique item, then you can do this whole build based around it. But even without considering gear, and just treating gear for the most part, just like, you know, my gear gives me more attack and defense, just like on a baseline, and all of the nuance comes from my skill specialization trees. I think that's overall a pretty good way to do it. Love how your build is just being VIP with a bunch of guards. Yeah, I have no skills that are utilized for attacking. The only skill that I currently have that I need to cast more than like every once in a while just to revive my dead summons is a teleport. And the teleport technically does damage, but practically I'm only ever going to use it to get out of trouble. And once I hit level 50, then I'm switching that skill out for a buff. And the buff deals damage over time to my minions, but I'm planning on getting a specialization for that skill that makes it so it doesn't deal damage over time to my minions. So I don't have to resummon my minions when I use it on them. Like, this build is just being set up to be the ultimate lazy build of, I just summon the crew, and then I buff them every once in a while, and other than that, I don't have to press any buttons. I just use the left analog stick to scoot around, and everything's fine. The chill build. The chilled, if you will. CHUILD. Alright, so I've got all the prerequisites for that. Do I care about this? I don't think so. I'm gonna want that. Increased minion critical strike chance. So what do I want to put my points into right now? Oh, right. Increased minion necrotic damage. Yeah, I do need that in order to get these other two. So 3 points into that. But this also just gives a flat amount of fire and necrotic damage. So this passive that increases their necrotic damage is like still good even to my minions that don't deal necrotic damage. Generally, like, this game is pretty good at making you feel like your points, like your passive points and your skill points and all of that are well spent. There's not a whole lot going on that's just like, oh, that's just a prerequisite for this other cool thing that I actually care about. Like, some of them are definitely weaker, and it's just like, I don't care as much about this thing that I'm putting points into, but I'm still getting, like, some kind of use out of the thing. Which is nice. In this area that I care about. Ooh, idle. Did I not get the things in these areas? I did. They're just still showing up. I see. onwards then. The Nomad Inn. I think what I might do here is turn the music up a little bit and turn the game down. Yeah, generally speaking, like, worst case scenario is you're getting a bit of damage to get to the thing that gives you big damage. But even then, like, I think the baseline numbers for this game are generally low enough that getting, like, +2 flat damage really adds up, because that is +2 flat damage before all of the modifiers that are giving you, like, increased minion damage, increased minion melee damage, increased minion physical damage, so on and so forth. Oh god, they killed us all! Okay, bye. And this game also does the thing where it has the differentiation between the words increased and more, where more is applied after increased. So you have your number, like your flat number of damage that you were dealing, and then you multiply that by 100% time, or like 100% plus the combined like percent increases from all sources of just, like, you know, percent increased damage. And then after that, you've got percent. Then after that, the number after that is multiplied by 100% plus all of your more modifiers. So it's multiplied after the other thing. Stream over. Yeah. You know what? Let's. Where is it? So the option is save from playlist, save to playlist, or remove from queue. I don't know if either of those will do what I want them to, so I'm just gonna skip this on. It is a song that I like quite a lot, but I should probably remove it from the playlist. It gets listened to enough already, just because of the baseline of listening to it at least once every hold-on screen. Or at the start of every stream, rather. All my homies are currently still alive. I got a little concerned because I saw there was a kind of homie that I only had one of. But that's a bonus homie. Oh shit, there's a boss! And then 20 skeletons just surround them and beat them to a pulp. You saved us! Thank you so much! Ooh. The boys are getting another level. Soon they will be able to bone up the entire team. Turn on the stream and see a sea of skeletons. Yeah. My goal with this build is to have as many permanent minions as I can and just let them do their thing. And once I hit level 50, then I will be able to sometimes apply a buff to them. Woo! Yo, what up? There's a raid! Aha! Gym friends! Hello everyone! Thank you very much for the raid! We're playing Last Epoch, which is the hot new Diablo-like. Which I use as a term instead of action RPG, because, one, action RPG doesn't mean anything. But also, Diablo-like is probably more understandable. Nope. Okay. Only a momentary frame problem. It's fine. But yeah. The current build is, I got a bunch of homies. I also have some floating shields. I think a couple of my warriors' shields got desynced from their models. That's fine. Yeah, maximum boner. There's a lot of them, and some of them are bigger than others, if you know what I mean. But yes, to go through the usual raid talk, I'm a variety streamer. I stream the Yakuza / Like a Dragon series on Tuesdays. And currently I am playing through Devil May Cry on Thursdays, and Saturdays and Mondays are kind of just whatever I feel like streaming. Maybe I should develop a better schedule system. Or maybe someday I will. But yeah, Last Epoch has been pretty fun. If you like a Diablo kind of game, this is a good one overall. It does cost money compared to Path of Exile, but it's a lot more user-friendly than Path of Exile. Much more straightforward. Use the Blessed Horn in the Tundra. Ah. The zone named the Tundra, not just we are in a tundra biome. I understand. Hey Jim, if you're excited for Path of Exile 2, this game, one of the classes lets you get a werebear form. Which is pretty cool. Haven't played Last Epoch for like 2 years. Yeah, it hit 1.0 recently, so there's a lot of fresh attention on it, and also the servers have been a little struggling to deal with that, but they've been getting better, like day by day, from what I've seen. Yeah, it does cost $35, which is not zero, which is unfortunate. But it's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it. Also, even if the servers are having problems, then you can play this game fully offline, which is nice. Your offline characters and your online characters are separate, kind of like, you know, Diablo, Battle.net type stuff, but it's an option. Is multiplayer actually in for real? It sure is. I see people wandering around in town, and I haven't actually tried partying up with anyone yet, but I know it works. It might be a bit buggy, but it does work in theory, at least. And it also has a neat little system. Alright, all these crafting materials, bam! Dedicated inventory for crafting materials. I love it. Right, so if you're in a party with someone, and, like, the loot, like, someone else gets assigned loot that would be good for you, and they pick it up, then you can send that item to that person through the gift system, which is a little more user-friendly than just like, oh, just drop it on the ground. I don't know if there's a trade option in the game. I haven't tried yet. Pretty chill stream. Is that a joke because I'm in the snow level? It better be. Yeah, I'm glad people have been enjoying. Sorry again for starting so gosh dang late, but I got it in my head. So the whole story is, before the stream started, someone linked a playlist of like cool racing video game jazz and funk playlist, and so I was like, I kind of want to listen to this while I'm playing Last Epoch. So I went in and I started looking for some of those songs on Spotify, and of course, like, none of them were on Spotify, so I'm thinking, well, maybe I could just, like, start transitioning over to using, like, local files or YouTube music or something like that. And so YouTube music was the first one that I went for, because it was, you know, pretty straightforward in theory. But then I start thinking, well, maybe there's, like, some OBS plugins that can have the song title and, like, album art and stuff like that. And I found one, and then getting it set up was more complicated than I had hoped, and even after spending an additional hour before the stream, I was not able to actually get it to look good. It works. It doesn't look good. So I start fricking around with all that. And then also I spent like 45 minutes to an hour just browsing music to put into a fresh playlist to use with YouTube Music. And so I'm currently using a YouTube Music desktop app that I found on GitHub or whatever. Instead of Spotify, like I usually do. And this program has some issues, such as the volume regulation not being as good. So let's go. Let's turn down YouTube Music a little bit, because the song is much louder than the other ones. Ooh. Cool red puddle. You come to answer the call too? What are you talking about? The call of the arena. Arena, you say? Elder Scrolls Arena? What is this? Each attempt at the arena requires a key. Aww. So there are like dungeons in this game. And the dungeons are generally higher difficulty with higher rewards. But the dungeons require keys to access. So, like, currently I have a key for the Soulfire Bastion, if I want to go try that at some point. And I'm just going to dump all of this into here and sort it later. Ah! This is where all the training dummies were hiding. Can I get my minions to attack the training dummy? I can! Neat. I agree. More games should let you be furries. The world would be a better place. Oh yeah, have you been keeping up with the Dungeon Meshi anime, Jim? Ooh, extra idle slots. In what shape? That's an awkward shape. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, Dungeon Meshi is so good. I think I'm an episode or 2 behind. I need to catch up. I had to catch up on like 10 chapters of One Piece. It wasn't 10, it was like 6 or 7. That was still a lot. Oh. I just helped that guy create some boner pills. Happy to help, old man. But yeah, Dungeon Meshi is so goddamn good. I'm glad that the anime has been so good thus far, because the manga is just my favorite manga, and one of my favorite pieces of media of all time. Your character knows a thing or two about that subject. That's true. I'm all about getting bones up. You should finish reading the manga. You should! The ending to the manga is very, very good, which is like one of the many, many reasons why I recommend Dungeon Meshi just across the board. Less than 100 chapters, start, middle, and ending. Like, it's got a discrete story that it tells, and then it ends, and it ends really well. Yeah, a story with a satisfying ending. Who could have possibly seen that coming? Fool, Doom toots as he pleases. Wah. Also, if you want to know how good the manga is of Dungeon Meshi, most of the anime thus far has been, like, the most direct adaptations that I have seen in an anime adaptation. It's just the anime equivalent of shooting the script. It's like, the source material is exactly what it needs to be, so we're just going to animate that. We're just going to turn that into an animation. I'm not going to shuffle a bunch of things around because, oh, this part of the story makes more sense if it happens here instead of here. Nope. Nope, don't need it. Yeah, 10 out of 10. No notes. I'm still a little flip-flopping on whether I prefer the dub or the sub for the anime. Because I do like Prazd as Senshi. But I think there are times when Marcille is like a little too downplayed. Just like a little too chill. And overall, it works for her character, but sometimes I feel like it gets taken a little too far. Out of the episodes that I have watched, there's been, like, one notable change, and the only thing notable about it was it just adds a slight amount of detail to a thing that was already a foreshadow. It's just that now that the series is finished and, like, the stuff that is being foreshadowed is, like, more set in stone, it just foreshadows the thing a little bit better. Yeah, again, like, my problem with Marcial's voice actor is, like, a very minor problem overall. And it is less of a problem. It is less it being a problem and more like, I kind of prefer the Japanese voice a little more. But also, like, those characters speaking with a more casual cadence just works with the tone of the story quite well. Because one of the strongest parts of Dungeon Meshi as a story is how believable it is, because of how good the world building is. Is this any cool? Traversal skills, lightning damage. Nope. The characters feel like real people, and like the way that they behave, the way that they handle problems, and the problems that they face, and like their reactions to those problems all feel so well established by the world building. Like, there are times where, like, a serious threat will appear, and, like, there will be, like, there will be mortal threats facing them. But because of the system of, revival in the series, it's like, it's just established that you can revive people from the dead. Then the threat becomes like, or it becomes a consideration of just like, you know that one of the party members can take one for the team. They don't want to, because it hurts, and it's a waste of mana to get revived if they don't have to, and all that jazz. And it's like, it makes sense of just like, if push comes to shove, you know that is a solution. But then it's like, well, now I'm worried about like a total party kill of just like, what happens if a TPK shows up? How would they deal with that? And it's like, well, it's implied how they deal with that, because like, it's discussed, it's brought up, it's talked about, and it's talked about and discussed in a way that makes sense. And, like, it's just very believable. It's just, it requires very little additional information to make sense. Just the way that characters talk about it and the way that they approach the situations where it's relevant just makes sense straight up. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that makes them believable, in my opinion, is they are not just socially non-functional, complete caricatures. They're goofballs, but you can tell that they have been doing this dungeon delving thing as their job for a long time. Yeah, they are experienced adventurers, and they are experienced adventurers in a way that's like, so many animes, just so many anime manga stories love having a protagonist that is a complete fish out of water, because that's the easiest way to explain things about your setting. Like, it just makes the most sense to have your protagonist be a complete fish out of water, and so every little thing has to be explained to them. And, you know, usually it's like, oh, you've got a cool special power that makes you actually useful in these situations, but you're kind of bumbling around for a little bit just to show character growth and all that. And, like, Dungeon Meshi just doesn't do any of that. It doesn't need to, because it just does such a good job of showing character growth in a multitude of ways. Like, they have that base level of competence, and they have the things that they are good at. But that stuff is so simple and straightforward that you don't need that to be expanded upon. You don't need a fucking training montage of how Laios learned how to use a sword. It's just like, hey, this is Swordman, he's good at sword. And, like, everybody knows this, and it's, like, just the way everyone behaves, the way they approach problems, explains it perfectly, so they don't need to talk about it. They don't need to expand upon it. The only times that they expand upon that kind of thing is when it's funny, or when it's interesting. Yeah, and they show... like, they still show what newbie adventurers are like in the setting. And so you still get some of that extra flavor, but you don't need it. They don't spend too much time on it, because it's not that important. It's just like, this is just what it's like. And that kind of, like, the sort of, like, it's all so very contextual, and everything makes so much sense in context that you don't, like, it flows so smooth. Yeah, Laios is one of the best characters in the series, and he is a human fighter. They made him cool and interesting by making him a weirdo, but him being a weirdo is not his entire personality, and it is, like, it augments his capabilities. It augments, like, what is known about his personality and all that. No character is one note. Every character has depth. And as more and more of the characters get revealed, it's just like, damn, every single one of these characters is more than interesting enough to be their, like, the protagonist of their own series. Yeah, like, the characters are weirdos in real ways. Of just like, hey, this is Laios, he's a human fighter, and he has a hyperfixation. And he is a functional, normal person, like, he's a functional, adult person with a job. And there is nothing about him that makes him, like, he's not a fucking outcast or anything. It's just like, sometimes people don't like working with him because he's a little too into monsters. And that's believable if that were applied to a real human. Like, he's not super socially competent, but he's socially competent enough that it's just like, yeah, this is a person in a society. This really says a lot about society. And I mean, the author of Dungeon Meshi has made other, like, several short stories about characters that are on the autistic spectrum, and those stories are, like, really good representations. They're not... Oh god, what's that fucking show? The Good Doctor? They're not that. Not Doctor Who. Lawyer Dog talked about it recently, and how terrible it is. I'm pretty sure the show is called The Good Doctor. I was not describing a character. I was trying to recall the name. But yeah, Dungeon Meshi, extremely good. I also just, like, I love all of the characters so much, but it like, the core 4 characters of, like, the early show, they work so well together and bounce off of each other so well that, like, those 4 characters alone establish so much about the world. It is crazy how good the writing is. Because, like, all 4 of the characters are archetypes of people that you would expect to see in this kind of story. But they've just got so much nuance. It's like, Chilchuck is the adult. He is the pragmatic, reasonable one. And it's like, him being a rogue makes sense, because it's just like, you know, you gotta be practically minded, you gotta be, like, cautious and reasonable if you want to deal with, like, you know, hey, we're walking through a hallway and there might be a thing in here that sets us on fire. What kind of person do you have to be that can deal with that in a sane way? And so that's what Chilchuck is. That's who he is. But that's not all he is. Yeah, even super early on in Dungeon Meshi, the art is really, really nice. And it just keeps getting better and better over the course of the series.
What's left is locating the lance.
One of my favorite pieces of writing is too close to the end to talk about. I mean, that is a problem you're gonna have talking about Dungeon Meshi at all, is just... Or, like, talking about any point past, like, the most early stuff. Because interesting, good stuff keeps happening. It's not like, oh, it gets really good later. No, it's good right away, and it keeps being good throughout the whole thing. It starts good and stays good.
Finally.
Boulder Fists. Cannot leech health, but increased melee and health and armor and stuff. Before you is a figure frozen in ice, the demigod Morditas, impaled by the lance of Herodot. Or Hiorat. Give me that. Is it bad that we released that guy? It'll be fun.
We have the lance. Would you come with me? But why? I'll give you. Tell me more.
Yeah, I need the lance to kill a guy 1,000 years in the future. Don't worry about it.
And a bond was formed.
Do you think we'll see Hieront before
Their fates intertwined
let's go together?
with mine. But for now, they focused on their gods.
And we gonna have to see the elf show. I'm probably gonna watch the elf show at some point. Huh? Oh, this icon showed up because I unlocked a new skill. Assemble Abomination. Hold the ability key to channel to absorb minions in a moderate area. When you released, summon a single hulking abomination with added health and more damage per minion absorbed. So, the specializations for this skill are actually pretty cool. Because a lot of the specializations are like, if you absorb this certain kind of minion, then you get a bonus to the resulting abomination. So like, if you absorb a wraith, then you get a special ability based off of the wraith. If you absorb a volatile zombie, then you get an extra skill. If you absorb a skeleton archer. But then, I think this ability is like one of the coolest things in theory that you can do with the abomination. You can now only consume minions from the summon skeletons and summon skeletal mages skills to create abominations. However, the abomination does not start to decay until you control 6 or more such minions at the same time. So theoretically, if you specialize your summon skeletons and summon skeletal mages to summon fewer, more powerful skeletons, then theoretically you could only have like 5 skeletons. Ooh. So this thing never so the abomination will never decay, so you just have another permanent minion, which is really cool. So it's just like, oh, I take the summon skeletal mage skill that makes it so I only summon one really cool skeleton mage, and so on and so forth. A lot of very cool stuff you can do with the specializations in this game. I know, I'm trapped in a loop.
Yes, if we're to be honest, I can't imagine it.
More idle slots. Oh boy, oh boy. Those will be useful later when I'm actually paying attention to my gear. God, that deer man is so jacked. Those abs. What? In case you wanted to know what... How many is that? 17 skeletons look like piled on top of each other? Look, TARs aren't really my thing. Well, I mean, they drew that guy hot. Whether or not it's my thing, I can't deny. But yeah, even within, like, just focusing on summoning builds, there's so many different ways to build this subclass. And then this class, like, the Acolyte class that you turn into a Necromancer from, there are 2 other classes that play completely differently. I could build this character to be, like, pure melee of, like, I am the one doing the melee. Hey, what up? Thank you for the ice spell, sir. And he's dead. It's fine, he summoned some flowers. I mean, Path of Exile also has, like, crazy amounts of customization and stuff that you can do, but it's just a lot more approachable, a lot more understandable in this game. I genuinely think that this would be a pretty solid choice for, like, a first ARPG. Because also, like, a lot of stats are fairly straightforward, and there's a lot of things that will explain things for you. Just like, alright, the first 3 skills that you get access to in your passive tree. Increased damage, increased minion damage. Pretty straightforward. Armor, minion armor. Armor, like, it doesn't tell you what armor does right here, right now, but you can generally hazard a guess of more armor means less damage taken. Great. But then, necrotic resistance is like, oh, necrotic is a form of damage. Basic. But then intelligence plus 6. Is that good? Well, if you hold Alt, each point of intelligence gives you ward retention and improves skills that rely on carefully studied magic like Rip Blood and Summon Skeleton. Oh, so it makes Rip Blood, which is like your first skill as this class, better, and it makes Summon Skeleton better. That sounds good. That sounds useful. Your minions have additional armor per character level. More information? Character level is the level of your character, not your minions. Good to know. Where's the glossary? Here it is. The game guide. Hey, you wanna know what armor does? You go to the game guide and you type armor. And you go to armor. Armor mitigates the damage you take from all hits, but has no effect against damage over time. The percentage of damage mitigated by armor depends on how much armor you have and the level of the area you're in. The same amount of armor provides less mitigation at higher levels, and the percentage of damage mitigated cannot exceed 85%. This is according to the following formula, where X is the amount of armor you have and A is the area level. They give you the fucking math. They give you the formula for how damage is calculated based off of your armor in-game. And then, if someone doesn't know how something works in, like, global chat or whatever, you link the article in, like, it gives you a button to link the article into the chat box. Hey, how are resistances calculated? Oh, here's a fucking hyperlink to the in-game wiki that tells you how resistances work. Crazy. Level 50! Let's fucking go! Alright, goodbye, Transplant. Actually, you know what? Let's see what effects Transplant has if I decide to spec into it. Transplant detonations leave a pool of blood that slows enemies. Transplant creates an additional body that detonates on arrival. You cast Bone Curse around the target location after you arrive. Transplant's base damage is converted to necrotic damage. And then Transplant inflicts surrounding enemies with fear on departure. Fear causes enemies to flee from you. Enemies can only be afflicted by fear once. And then you can do fear on arrival as well. Transplant's health cost is regenerated over 4 seconds, but costs more health. You leave behind a bone minion. Temporary melee minion. All of that is cool. But it's not what we're looking for. We're looking for Dread Shade. Your minion's health is drained for 3% of its max health per second, and each second the shade has been active. But it and your minions around it deal plus 10 necrotic damage with spells and attacks, and have 50% increased necrotic damage. Well, that's great, but it hurts the minion and drains their health. That seems like it might be bad, because then I have to resummon the minion. Oh, also, if you hold Alt on a skill, it shows you how the skill scales off of the intelligence stat. Pretty cool. What if there was a way to make it so that Dreadshade didn't hurt my minions? Oh look, a way that Dreadshade does not hurt my minions. Dreadshade no longer drains the health of the minions it's attached to and lasts much longer, but you're limited to one active Dreadshade. Increases to health drain from this tree. Instead, increase damage taken by the minion. Sounds great. Give me that. Dreadshade grants affected minions increased attack and cast speed. Dreadshade now increases the attack and cast speed of the targeted minion, but blinds it as well. What does blind do? Blind halves critical strike chance and causes the minion to aim erratically. Dreadshade drains your minion's health more slowly, and all affected minions deal additional necrotic damage. Okay, so does reduced health decay mean they take reduced damage? Okay, so increase shade duration 100%. So if I go over here... Okay, so it's not tracked here. And I think that's one of the only instances of it doesn't just tell you how that interaction works. Tragic. Alright. You can control additional dread shades. That's less good when I am hard capped to 1. Warframe, neurons activated. Maybe I could just stream Warframe at some point and see what it's like. My problem with Warframe is that I like Warframe, it's cool and fun, but I have no fucking idea what I'm supposed to do in Warframe to accomplish anything. It is impossible to discern what progression is in that game.
Hey, you're pretty mature than I thought. Good going.
Thanks, but you're still bigger than your normal size.
You're right. Make me small again.
The minion targeted by Dreadshade now always critically strikes, but Dreadshade has a cooldown. But then, in order to get there, I have a thing that will make Dreadshade apply a poison to the thing, and I don't want to hurt my summons. Alright, minions in a larger area, that's pretty good. Dreadshade grants increased effect of all of its buff for each 3% of missing minion health. That's pretty good. Costs less mana, Well, I like more necrotic damage, and I like affecting minions in a larger area. Let's max out the area that it affects my dudes. And let's do flat necrotic damage increases. And now, we swap Blood Explosion spell for Dreadshade. Alright! So now all of my boys within that circle are cooler and betterer and stronger. I love it. Also, belatedly, hey Rowan, how's it going? Haha! I didn't even plan that. Oh, I've got this tier unlocked now. I mean, I want another skeleton, ASAP. I have increased health regeneration and armor for each minion I control. I don't care about me, make my minions cool and strong. Oh wait, do I need? I might not need both of these. I might only need one. And now that I'm getting cool necrotic bonuses to all my minions, I can just take this one instead. Yeah. River of Bones is probably still good to have, but... And Heresy is probably also good. But we'll worry about that later. For now, I just need to focus on getting another skeleton. Did I get a cute pet? I couldn't figure out how the fuck to get one of those weird cats. I saw a post that was like, oh, go to this mission and farm for the things that... Farm for eggs here. I'm like, okay. Then I was like, okay, where do I put the egg? Oh, well, there's a thing over here. Okay. How do I use the thing? I don't know. You gotta buy something from the shop, though. Oh. Let's see. Like, when I look at Warframe, I am much more understanding of, like, why people just do nothing but play Warframe. Because there's a lot of content in that game. But the new player experience, pretty rough. You get a skill that gives you the most broken minion ever, but you have to recast it every time you change screens. Like, if every time I change zones, that's fine. But if I have to, like, constantly... So, that's actually a consideration here, is my Dread Shades, the freaking Death from Castlevania looking dudes. Or not, those aren't my Dread Shades, those are my Spectres? My Wraiths. So I got those Wraiths, and I make them stronger by only having 2 of them, but I only have 2 of them. Or rather, I make them stronger and permanent. Like, I don't have to constantly summon them. But if I wanted more active gameplay, like if I wanted to hit buttons more, then I could respec those dudes to... Miss anything? I could respec those dudes so that I get more of them, but I have to regularly cast the spell to summon them. Solstice moment. Crank that shit. I think I have an Archwing. I might. Back in, like, the very early days of Warframe, there was a point in Warframe's existence where I had completed, like, most of the content that existed in that game. So I had, like, a strong baseline of, like, stuff available for the first couple of times that I returned to it, but then it just kept growing more and more and more. Oh wait, was there a side quest in that area? I should have checked. Man. Tim Fallen is such a goddamn wizard. And after making a bunch of, like, absolute bangers for the NES games that nobody cared about, what was his grand return to games? He directed an FMV murder mystery. And it's a good one, actually. Archwing was not the last big thing I got. I did some of the open world nonsense, which I think sucks. I think the open world content sucks. I was excited because it's like, oh, you get a hoverboard. Hoverboard sucks. I don't think I played it on release. I think I played it after, like, after it had been out for a bit. That didn't really improve my opinion of it. Get them, boys! And they're dead. Oh, and they're back. And they're dead. I'm having a great time over here. You need to make 12 a.m. quesadillas. I was like, 12 quesadillas? Hell yeah, let's party! Yeah, I think one of the times that I returned to Warframe was during Fortuna. I'm pretty sure the most recent stuff that I did was... I don't remember if it was like the first storyline that you do as an operator. I think it might have just been like the first full storyline of operator stuff, which I thought was pretty lame. Like story-wise, it was interesting, but the initial gameplay of playing as an operator was not great. I think it was War Within. I see people talking about the shit they're doing with operators nowadays, and I'm like, huh? Back in my day, back when I played it, it was like, as an operator, you could, like, go invisible, and I don't remember any of the other abilities? Yeah, I don't remember if I unlocked any of the, like, anything past the baseline stuff. I was told it was like, oh, War Within. War Within is so rad. Like some of the best content they've got in the game. And I played it, and I was like, it was alright. but also it's not as fun as just like zooping around as an basically in one of my favorite periods during my Warframe experience was before Valkyr got her rework, and you could just basically stay invulnerable as Valkyr basically forever. That was what I was into. Oh right, yeah. I think I like started looking into the operators having weapons, like that content was around, but I recall the process of trying to get weapons for my operator was just like I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing or how to do it or how to do it well. I just never know what I'm supposed to be doing in that game. Trying to figure out, like, what content I've missed, what content is good to do, like, how to become more powerful. Every single one of those feels like I find the 17th entry in a very long novel series, and I just start trying to read it. And I just try to pick up everything through context clues, and it just doesn't work. Your guess is open world stuff, you guessed correctly. Great. I don't care. Fantastic way to ensure that I don't care. Put it in open world. I keep forgetting that I'm back in the Divine Era. Lake Beetle of the Lizard. I need to actually remember to give my boys their cool new buff. Unique boots! Morning frost, more like morning wood. Haha! Got him. I mean, I was just about to say, I'll pick them up anyways. No space. Now I've got space. It's just so hard to figure out where and what anything is in that game. It's cool, like, the core gameplay is still good. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I mean, that's another thing. Where do I go to get material? I think one of the last instances of me trying to, like, acquire some kind of, like, end game. It wasn't even end game. I think end games at the time were like sorties or something like that. Fucking void keys. It was like, oh, you go to the void and you bring keys and you get loot with the void keys, and that's how you get the blueprints for the good warframes. it's just like, I'm getting curb stomped by most of these enemies because the scaling is so out of whack. And I don't know where I'm going, I hardly know what I'm doing. If they hadn't improved the Void Key systems, I don't know what the fuck they've been doing. Wanna know what endgame stuff is now? Is it open world stuff? Level 300 enemies with 20,000 armor. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's not open world? Hell yeah. But I assume you still need to engage with the open world stuff in order to get some of, like, the most powerful things available. I know there's a couple of frames, or at least, there was, like, at least one cool warframe that you needed to do open world shit in order to access. Oh, is all the open world stuff just completely outdated now? Gay grandpa cleaning out a storage unit. Now that's content. Ugh. Nice spike. Very few things are outright better. But there are so many guns that have like 3 different variants, and a bunch of warframes have a bunch of variants, and some of those variants are like really good, but like, how am I supposed to get the variant? Ah, it's not available anymore. You gotta buy it off other players. Oh. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. This week on this farming rotation, there's a chance that you can get the head blueprint for this variant of this frame. And there were like some, like even the baseline frame, you couldn't get it without having to do like weird esoteric farming. I mean, I can buy more slots. I got the platinum. Because I bought platinum off of like really steep discounts a couple of times years ago. Back in my day, the only farming we had to worry about was getting 17,000 increased melee damage mods so that we can combine them into one good melee damage mod. I mean, I say that, but just like trying to get good mods was another thing that I had no idea what the fuck I was supposed to do. I need a fucking Warframe Sherpa if I'm gonna try and play that game, and that's sometimes too much of an investment. Yeah, I might have been thinking of prime weapons being a big thing. Oh, listen, Burke is one of my best friends. I see Burke in person. If I mention Warframe at the next Commander game, I know that he would sit on my bed behind me and guide my fucking hips through every piece of Warframe content that I would care to do. I know I've got people to help, and I appreciate it. The question is, do I care? I don't know. What do you mean? Of course you're one of my best friends. What are you talking about? Where am I going? Did I skip a story objective? Also, this fucking Eminem song is so quiet. sorry, Eminem's Adventurer, but the next song is probably going to be much louder than you, so you must pay the price for being quiet. I miss playing Commander. Yeah, I've started to get kind of spoiled on playing Commander in person. Like, playing it online hits different, and last weekend was like one of the first... Was that the first weekend where we just played no Commander at all? Like, in months? I've gotten so used to, like, the way that weekends go around here is Saturday, everybody comes over, we have pizza or tacos, and then we play Commander, and then that's the day. And then we play Commander until I have to go stream. And then Sunday, some folks will come over, and we'll maybe have whatever we didn't have on Saturday. And then maybe we'll play Commander. Yeah, and really wants me to play more Commander online, but usually playing Commander in person kind of satiates my desire for the week. Wish I had friends over every weekend. It helps that they live like a 5-minute walk away, and we all work from home. Lucky? I mean, it's not entirely luck. It's partially your fault. You subscribed to me. Ugh. You're a judge? I didn't know you were a judge. That's really cool. So, I mean, one more quick thing about Commander. I like to build decks, and now that we are building decks in paper, it has become drastically more dangerous for me to get into that habit. Like, Cult will usually get the set of precons when a new set comes out, and that's all well and good, and we enjoy those, but now I've started, like, tinkering with some decks, and I've got some old decks that I've tuned up, and it's like, what if I bought new cards, though? So that's been dangerous for me. But yeah, Warframe, a comparison that I recently thought about was comparing Warframe to RuneScape. Because RuneScape also has, like, a crazy amount of content, and just, like, it's been getting updates for so long. Like, old school RuneScape just has so much stuff in it. And surely a huge amount of that stuff is outdated, right? And it's like, well, less, like, old school RuneScape content stays current in interesting ways, and so many of them are just like, oh, here's just a different way to grind this skill. Oh, if you grind here, which is, like, less effective than this other grinding method, then eventually you can save up points to buy this cool thing, and this cool thing is a unique effect that doesn't have any kind of equivalent anywhere else in the game. So it has fun and interesting ways of making a wide variety of content remain relevant, while also not having a ton of things that feel like you're just wasting your time. Like, there are less efficient ways to grind skills. There are less efficient ways to get better gear and more money and stuff like that, but it feels like the baseline of how you spend your time in RuneScape is just so much more approachable than Warframe is. Like, it feels like all of that out-of-date content in Warframe feels so much less worth your time. Unless you're, like, really going for, like, the highest mastery possible, like, completing as much of the content as possible just because you've already farmed up everything that's currently relevant. It's a weird comparison to try and make one-to-one, but both of them are very open games that are driven by a grind treadmill. But I don't know, I feel like RuneScape does so much better in offering you various forms of guidance. Because in RuneScape, it's just like, if you don't have anything else that you currently want to do, like you don't know what skill you want to train up or anything like that, you've got a big old list of quests. And those quests will have skill requirements. And so it's like, okay, well, I need, 4 more levels of fire making, and then I can go do this quest. Great. So you do that, and then, oh, now your fire making is higher, because you were grinding with a purpose. You were guided towards... you were guided towards this, and so it's like, and you can just end up chaining, like, all of these grinds one after another of, well, I need 70 attack for this. So there's a couple of quests that I can complete that will give me attack experience, and that's cool. So I can go and try and do these other quests, but these quests also have other requirements. And so, okay, well, in order to do this quest, I need more agility. So I don't have any things that reward me for doing agility specifically right now, but if I go do this other thing that gets me this one piece of gear, then it makes training agility faster. So I'm going to go do that, and then it's like, well, I got like halfway through that grind, and then I remembered that there was this other thing that I meant to do a while ago that I never got around to, so I'm going to take a break from that grind and get back to this other grind, and then I was doing that other grind, and I got a cool drop, and like, oh, I got a bunch of rune ore from doing a magic grind, so now I'm going to take a break from grinding magic for this quest, and I'm going to go do some smithing training. And, like, everything interlinks so much better. Everything interlinks in ways that just guide you from one activity to another. And because everything is so interlinked, of just like, well, why would you train mining? Well, I can train mining so that way I can get my smithing up, and then once I get my smithing up, then I can craft myself better combat gear to go do combat training. It's one-to-one-to-one-to-one. So there's always a case of just like, oh, if you want to grind this skill, then just do this minigame over and over and over. And it's like, well, you might get some cool stuff from doing that minigame, but you could do these other less efficient things in order to get these weird rewards that, maybe they're not great, but maybe you could find some use for them. I don't know. There's also, like, the achievement diaries and stuff, and you get cool rewards for doing the achievement diaries. There's combat achievements. There's so many things that it is generally pretty good at guiding you towards and between. You can feed a frame to a wall so you can put a skill from that frame onto another. Oh god. That's ludicrous. Want to know what my favorite commander decks are? Well, I've got a Edgar Markov precon, rather the Edgar Markov from the pre-con. I've got a deck for him of, you know, vampire tribal stuff. God, that Edgar Markov is like $150 now. It's so crazy. But yeah, it's not like very aristocratsy. It's more like buff my board. It's more like straightforward vampire type stuff. I've got Miri, which is cat tribal, mostly focusing on just trying to make a bunch of cats and make those cats like indestructible, or just protecting my cats in one way or another. That deck doesn't win a lot, but I just like having a lot of cats on my board. My newest one is the Bant Clue Precon from Murders at Markov Manor. Or Murders at Karlov Manor. Keeps Markov. And I've done some tinkering with that, and that one's been a lot of fun. But it's also like pretty slow and grindy.
Yes.
Hello, Doc Ock. The Clue Precon has been a lot of fun to tinker around with. It's also like a much slower game plan than a lot of my other decks. It's like, it really wants to just grind up the value, which is not the kind of deck that I usually play. Usually I'm turning creatures sideways. But, like, Miri is my favorite deck in spirit, but if I search my heart to be, and know it to be true, then my favorite deck is Ishin Two Heavens is One. And that deck is just tons and tons of creatures that make more creatures when they attack, and making more of those creatures because of Ishin. Cat deck is not about winning, it's about sending a message. The first commander deck that I ever built from scratch was Kemba, which is mono white equipment, but the goal of the deck was just to put as many pieces of equipment on Kemba as possible so I can make as many cats as possible. And looking back on that deck now, the equipment in that deck, not good. Equipment has gotten a lot fucking better since I built that deck. Yeah, it was originally built kind of Ultron-y. My favorite win condition in that deck was Dragon Throne of Tarkir, which probably gives you some kind of idea as to the power level. Hint: low! Yeah, the Clue deck has been my current obsession, but Ishin is always highest priority. Also in part due to the fact that there are not a ton of good green-white cats being printed with any kind of regularity. Like, there were 2 in Lost Caverns of Ixalan. That was exciting. Yeah, the Clue deck doesn't have the Columbo card, which made me so sad, but Lawyer Dog cut the Columbo card from his deck. But I want to have the Columbo card in the Clue deck just to have the Columbo card in the Clue deck, but it's not that good for the Clue deck. I mean, it's actually not that bad if I think about it some more, just because, like, the ability to hold up mana to do stuff at instant speed is just useful, especially because I've got some counter spells in the deck now, but... Let me in. Let me in the tower. Okay. It wasn't letting me in the tower because it wanted to just talk to the little dudes, I guess. Oh no, birds. Eat 'em. Yeah, I am sad that the Fallout decks all seem pretty cool, because Cult doesn't want to buy the Fallout decks because they're Fallout, not Magic, and that's completely understandable, but I am probably gonna at least pick up the black, red, white, the Hail Kaisar deck, because there's a bunch of cards that would be good for Ishin in there. It's like, oh, don't play Universes Beyond cards. Well, I've had Warhammer cards in some of my decks for a while now. I recently bought some of the Doctor Who cards to go into the Clue deck. I'm sorry, but the seal has been broken. And when the Final Fantasy cards come out, I'm definitely gonna be playing some of those because I like Final Fantasy a lot. I am completely understanding of people who don't like the Universes Beyond stuff, but some of the cards are good, and I like some of the cards. Can't wait to put Clive in the Ishin deck. Maybe. Ow. A Securitron fits into any deck. I like the Yes Man card a lot. The Yes Man card is very cute. Yeah, I think once the Fallout decks are released, then I will be doing a Card Kingdom order, probably. Although I'm not super confident that they're actually going to have a good stock of a bunch of those cards right out the gate. But we've had an order, a Card Kingdom order, that's been at like $30, and it keeps fluctuating because the card availability keeps fluctuating. But I just didn't want to do the order until it hit $50, because if it's below $50, then we don't get free shipping. And I just was driving myself fucking crazy trying to find, like, a good amount of cheaper cards. Because, yeah, I could just put a Triome in there, I could just put a Fetch Land in there, and, like, that's a pretty good way to fill up value in an order of Magic cards, but I would rather get more cards so that people are, like, there are more cards for people to play with and enjoy instead of, ooh, I get one expensive land. I feel like Freya is enough of a fan favorite among Final Fantasy characters that she will probably at least get a card. Because she is a good example of a dragoon. She's an example of a dragoon that isn't just human knight in armor. Or elf knight in armor from Final Fantasy, I guess. Or Final Fantasy XIV, rather. Who was the dragoon in 4? Was that Cain? Or was that Cecil? That was Cain, right? Whoa, my Undertaker! Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 doesn't have furries. It sucks. Yeah, I mean, you could just make a dragoon deck. I don't think it would take that much effort. There's a lot of notable dragoons in the series. Cecil was the Dark Knight, yeah. I like Final Fantasy IV a lot. It's not my favorite, but I like it a lot. Where is my current quest? Over here. I didn't need to teleport. I had a portal. Oh well. But yeah, I am curious how they are going to handle certain mechanics, because you could do something similar to the party mechanic from Zendikar Rising? Zendikar Rising was the party mechanic, right? Of, like, there are mechanics based around these 4 specific creature types mattering, and you getting bonuses for having one of each of them, or at least one of each of them. And it was like warrior, rogue, cleric, and wizard. And you could do something similar in terms of just like, oh, it's just creature types matter. So here are the cards that warriors like. Here are the cards that the white mages like. Here's the cards that black mages like, and so on. I don't think it would be a great idea to do that in a creature types matter kind of way. I expect that equipment is going to be pretty heavily featured mechanically in the set, but I feel like you would get a lot more value out of the mechanics of the set being based around, like, the idea of, like, the actions that you take in Final Fantasy games, rather than, like, oh, red is dragoons matter. I'm like, it's not as exciting. Like potions. You could, like, potions and ethers and phoenix downs can be artifacts and stuff like that. Because I tried to think of, like, how the Lord of the Rings set did it, because that was a full set of cards. Also, I'm sorry that I've just been talking about magic. I'm very easy to get rolling on this kind of tangent. But the Lord of the Rings cards, one of the main things that mattered in the Lord of the Rings set was food, because one of the most prevalent creature types were hobbits, and hobbits love food and care about food, and so that made sense, and it was fun. the elves are, like... The elves did scrying stuff, so mechanically they care about scrying and,
that would not be wise.
like, forethought,
Been known to be
stuff like that. And it made sense.
See her as a friend. She will consider me as a threat.
So I'm just curious how they are going to translate all of that stuff into... like, how they are going to translate things that are quintessentially Final Fantasy into being in Magic the Gathering. There's a lot of really good mechanical flavor in the Fallout decks, actually.
The travelers had said,
Oh, I guess I'm going on a boat.
eager to make it to the Isle of Storms.
The ship is secure. Should reach the pier in no time.
Oh, we're going to the ocean? I heard that the boss of the ocean chapter is, like, fucked up hard.
Careful. Lagon's not used to visitors.
The Isle of Storms, complete with its capricious guard.
Look at him. Look at this turtle Cthulhu motherfucker. Also, some of the... I know there is, like, a race of little rabbit people in Final Fantasy XIV, so there's more critter people going on there. The female Hrothgar haven't come out yet, right? Are they coming out with the new expansion? Based off of what little I have seen about the new Final Fantasy XIV expansion, all I can call to mind about it is beach expansion? Yeah, I saw what the female Hrothgar looked like, and I got a huge kick out of... They did the opposite thing that Elder Scrolls Online did, where the female Hrothgar in the cinematic trailer looked worse than they did in-game. Because Final Fantasy... not Final Elder Scrolls Online had, like, one of the best-looking 3D modeled cat people I've ever seen in any media, and then the Khajiit in Elder Scrolls Online look awful. In-game, the Khajiit look terrible. Very frustrating. Alright. Share your bones, friends. At least we have Char. Yeah, Char are cool. Char set the bar way too high. I don't know about way too high, but the Char are cool. I do like the Char. God. Guild Wars 2. There was a while ago where I went on a Guild Wars 2 binge, and I think Guild Wars 2 has too much, like, checklist type things in it for it to be healthy for me to, like, get super into, because there's a lot of just, like, completionist just brain triggers in there that just make me go completely slack-jawed. I'm just gonna hang out here until I get the big check mark on the area that says I did everything. And then I did that for a lot of areas before finally snapping out of it and being like, oh wait, I have not paid any attention to the combat of this game for like a dozen hours. I must stop. Okay, so I've got all the points I need in that. What should I be putting points into just for... just... to be good? Sure, increased crit chance for my boys. They deserve it. Wait, no. Take me back. And now all the enemies are going to be respawned. Yeah, I didn't actually get super into the actual mechanics of Guild Wars 2 much, even though I did play it enough to do a lot of content in that game. .70% map completion. Yeah, all I cared about when playing that game was just map completion. And eventually it just became chores. I am just not actually paying attention to any of the things that I am doing in order to accomplish these tasks. Final Fantasy XIV just keeps, like, I keep dropping off of Final Fantasy XIV because I will be enjoying the story, but then I will get it in my head that I want to play a different class, and once that's in my head, then I just cease to be able to enjoy the game anymore. Because I will be so caught up in, like, I wonder how much more fun than Dragoon any of these other classes are. And it just corrupts my mind. Because actually leveling up another class all the way back... Ooh, purple item. Actually leveling up another class would take a bit of time and investment, and also just learning a new class. And I don't know if they've gone through and simplified the rotations of anything recently or anything like that, but some of these classes get pretty complicated. What is going on with purple items? What are these? Health on kill, health on melee hit. Huh. So purple items just have, like, an additional baseline modifier? Those are the two first purple items I have seen in this game. So I am unclear. I am unsure. It is unclear. Yeah, I do want to get back to Final Fantasy. Maybe when the new expansion launches and everybody is all hype about it again and talking about it again. Maybe that is when I will continue my adventure. I am towards the end of the Stormblood expansion. And that's another thing that got me to bounce off the last time that I did. I got through like all the Doma stuff, and the Doma stuff was cool, and I was having a good time with the end stuff of that expansion, and then it was like, okay, Doma's over, go back to the desert. I don't care about this country. I was having a great time in totally not Japan, and then you're sending me back to the desert. I don't care. The servers will be full. That's true. I'll get into it a month after the new expansion drops. Perfect plan. Oh, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and I started really late. I should probably wrap things up soon. Give it up. Yeah, I should probably just go to town and stop, because otherwise I will keep playing, because I am enjoying this. This game is fun! If you want to play a game that's like Diablo, this is a good one. And also, I was playing with a controller almost that entire stream. Like, I mostly just used mouse to, like, do menuing stuff. So, if you don't like playing games with mouse and keyboard, or playing this kind of game with mouse and keyboard hurts your hands, there you go. It's good on controller. Alright. Oh god, I was just reminded of all of the effort that I put into the YouTube music tech stuff, and how it's not even... It's still got problems. That's for future me to worry about. Upcoming streams tomorrow, or aka Tuesday, is going to be more Like a Dragon Gaiden. We've got sub-stories to complete, everybody, and I'm excited to see them. Thursday is going to be the beginning? It's probably going to take me multiple streams. The beginning of Devil May Cry 3. Where we're finally starting to get into the good Devil May Cries. No specific plans for Saturday or Monday. There's going to be streams on Saturday and Monday. I just don't know what they're going to be yet. I don't know if I'm gonna stream more Last Epoch, but it's fun, and maybe I will stream more of it. Could be more Balatro. It could be something brand new that I haven't streamed before. Maybe something cool. I know Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out this week, but I didn't stream Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I feel like it's a bit unfair to start the sequel to that game on stream, so I think that one might be a game for me. But yeah, I'll come up with some cool stuff to stream. It'll be fun. Y'all will want to watch, probably. I doubt I'm gonna have anyone to raid at this time of night. Zeldrick is currently streaming Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. If you want to spoil yourselves on Infinite Wealth, Zeldrick is a cool dude. I'm not gonna go hang out over there because I do not want to be spoiled on anything about that game. Yeah, I might just end the stream here, and if you have cool people that you think folks should go watch, feel free to link them in the Discord. And I am going to go have a bowl of cereal and relax my throat because I've been talking for 5 hours straight. Thanks again, everyone. Oh, wait. Notifications. Thanks again to Dan for the 5 gift subs and $25 donation. And thanks to Ash for the gift sub. And Yorun Saga for the raid. And thanks to everyone for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff. And hopefully I will see you all again tomorrow for more Like a Dragon. Yeah, it was nice to see you as well, Rowan. Farewell. Have a good evening.